Well, good morning and welcome everyone, and welcome to Escape to Nature with myself, Alex, and I hope everyone is lovely and relaxed after the last few days of festivities. And of course, if you're in South Africa and enjoying a public holiday today, hopefully it is a restful one too. So we are here obviously in Djuma right now with this lovely grey heron. It seems to be on the prowl and hunting. So in all likelihood we should get a bit of an action shot once it does lock onto something, and you'll see that spear-like bill of this heron shooting straight into the water. So what it might be going for, that remains to be seen. Perhaps a little frog, maybe some fish, who knows? That will remain to be seen. But perhaps we will get some action just now. They are very stoic when they are in the water like this. That classical little head bob that they do have. And then really launching out at quite a pace. So just nice to be able to start off a lovely action shot and frame like this. Very attentive to what is going on around it. Just kind of see it peering and having a scope to what might be around and what might be for breakfast. You can see the wind is definitely blowing a little bit. His head feathers are streaming almost, but definitely flapping around in the wind there, and currently in a very pretty breeding plumage as well. So very, very cool to see. And always interesting to watch herons having a little hunt, because they really are rather still, and then it is almost lightning fast when they do shoot forward and go for anything that might be a potential menu item. So let's just have a look to see. It might wade forward a little bit more. But lovely, lovely scenes. We do have some awesome bird chorus as well at the moment. Lovely doves. Did sound like a little lilac-breasted roller there as well, but we are going to stick with our heron. Just wait to see what does unfold here. So as I mentioned, it is a little bit windy, and while we do stick with this heron, it is time for us also to have a look and see what the weather is doing today across the different locations. Interesting day ahead with us, with our heron as well, but of course across the different locations too. So just wait to see what does happen, but lovely watching this heron at the moment. Very cool watching how they do wade through, kind of opening out those feet that they have. Obviously you can just see kind of stretching out and then plodding down as well, getting into that very formidable pose. That head is very spear-like, as you can see in the bill too. Lovely to hear our woodlands kingfishers as well. Hi Quinn, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this morning. And yes, a definite enjoyable time was had across in the Kalahari, and then up in the Highveld along and near Delstrom. So interesting, different biomes to explore. A number of lifers on the bird front, so can't complain on my end, but I do hope it's also been a fantastic festive season for you too. Always awesome watching these herons as well. They do have a rather large distribution. They are found obviously throughout Africa, into Europe, and across into Asia as well. So definitely one of the wider distributions along the herons and with the herons. But it is fantastic and it's awesome watching these herons. But it is also time for us to check in and say good morning to Liam, who's down in Kariega.
And a very good morning to you everybody, and welcome to a sunny and balmy Kariega Game Reserve this morning. My name is Liam and we are sitting here with a nice resting herd of eland with a beautifully poised scotia tree in the background. It's the heat has started to climb steadily. A lot of animals have already started to seek out a little bit of shade. I think we are set out to have a wonderfully warm day today here in Kariega. But I think the strategy for that would be simply see if we can find a bit of water, because I think a lot of animals are going to be heading down towards the water today. So Scotia Waterhole, I think, might be the place to be today. But for now, let's enjoy a bit of these lovely resting eland as they commence their means of avoiding this heat. Now, again, they've chosen a nice breezy spot on top of the hill here. It's nice and exposed. You'd think that it would go and try and find a bit of shade, really. I mean, it's quite a warm day today, so you would have thought they would have done that, but instead rather an exposed position, and that's exactly for good reason, because an exposed slope has got a far better breeze associated with it, so that will help with a bit of cooling. So, as well as this herd of eland, we've got other couple of large creatures in the foreground who've been resting here on the top of the slope as well. Got a couple of buffalo, and they are doing much the same as the eland, taking up a bit of rest. Hey, Will, lekker, nice man. Nice to have you with us on another escape to nature. Always good to know that there's friends in different parts of the world that are enjoying the moment with us whilst we come to you live. We always love to hear your questions and comments as well, Will, so please, if there's any that you have, do share your thoughts. It's nice to have a conversation with people. It's also nice to share the moments. I mean, I think the most memorable moments are the moments shared. So do send them our way, and we'd love to get around to them. That's what makes this magic so much better. Hey, well, so speaking about a little bit of magic, I'm going to get cracking on some birding. So we've got quite a few buffalo lazing about here, but a little family of wagtails have just flown, and they've been sticking around this herd of buffalo because there's lots of little flies, as you can see by the ever so busy ears and tails, non-stop flapping there, trying to keep them at bay. And those little wagtails are rather liking that, because gives them a bit of food. Now they did fly in around about the feet of this buffalo. There you are. There they go. Now they will dart about the herd of buffalo, trying to pick up any bits of insects that will be disturbed by them, or even the flies that are attracted to them. So they are having an absolute blast with these buffaloes sitting here. There's also a nice muddy wallow not far from here, and it's a common to find wagtails in and around these muddy wallows. They'll walk around the shoreline looking for insects. This is called a Cape wagtail, and it's a relative of the pipits and longclaws, and they're all little passerines that will move around, particularly on grassy habitats in various different forms. I mean, there are wagtails that live in forested streams away from grassy habitats, so they've specialized in grassy streams, fast flowing forested streams without grass. But yeah, your pipits, wagtails, longclaws, all the species we have seen here in Kariega. I mean, we had a Cape longclaw family at the beginning of the month that started building a nest, and they actually had 4 eggs in it. Unfortunately, it seems like a jackal might have got hold of them. Then we've had the plain-backed pipits, and now to complete the family, Cape wagtails. I can just only imagine what it must be to be this wagtail that, there's no danger of a buffalo. I mean, a buffalo would never even think about a wagtail that's running around its feet, but imagine what it must be to be that tiny little bird and just darting out and about in between this massive, huge, towering herd of large mammalian creatures. It must be quite interesting. Just imagine you could take one of those potions that that movie called, was it The Borrowers? There's a film about the people who drank a potion and they would turn into miniature versions. Imagine going walking about the middle of a herd of buffalo as a wagtail or a borrower. Looks like he's flown over to here somewhere. There you are. Much better views. So there's an Afrikaans name for this bird, which I find quite apt. It's called in Afrikaans, I think they call it a wipstertjie. It means a wagtail in English, but this just accentuates that wagginess a bit more. Now he's put on the magic cloak. Where did you go, little friend? So too sure where these little wagtails might have gone. But the wagtail's near relative, the longclaw, is calling not far away. The same family I mentioned who had eggs earlier in the month. Ah, it's not a longclaw, I lie. It's a plain backed pipit. There you are. There's the little wagtail following that little buffalo calf. Yeah, Nathan, that's quite right. You'll find, I think, with a lot of your bovids, they'll look all very similar when they're young. Actually, with a lot of creatures, a lot of species, just organisms in general, you always find that the younger version of an adult always resembles a nearer relative. So a young buffalo would look very similar to a young cow or any other young bovid. Just like a young bird might look very similar to another young bird. And so you can go even with plants. Certain species of plants are the same. The seeds, when they're in that seed form, they all look very similar and evolve into this completely different adult form. It's quite a regular pattern in nature. There's our little wagtails again. I just love how they got that little very active tail wagging. It bounces constantly. Chips. And back to the buffalo to see if they can catch some insects. Where do you go? There you are. Busy up and down looking for to try and see if we can do our best to stick with this wagtail without getting you too dizzy. Trying to stick with where the action's at. And back it goes. Crystal, yeah, I'm sure. I can't say that I've counted the twists in the eland's horn, unfortunately. It's not usually something I count in an animal. Yeah, I don't know, hey? I don't know how many times does an eland's horn twist in any case. I know it's got a twist in it, or two, but yeah, never really counted that, really. So yeah, maybe I'll Google it and check it out. See what twists in the horn of an eland there are. So these buffalo are steadily moving on down to the nice muddy wallow. That heat is starting to pick up steadily, and the irresistible prospect of having a good old muddy wallow is becoming too much. And we'll see those buffaloes in the center of screen now starting to slip into a nice muddy wallow. Well, Ben, I think a buffalo definitely would be able to survive without its tail, but it would sure as heck be a nuisance with all those flies, especially on a day like today, as you can see how busy those tails are. So it would be very much a nuisance, and in some instances it can become a bit of a pest, because some flies actually might embed their eggs in some fleshy parts of antelope, and that can be excruciatingly uncomfortable. So yeah, it would be just really uncomfortable for a buffalo. That's not to say it wouldn't survive it, but it just wouldn't be so nice. It's much better having a tail to swat and keep the flies at bay. Yeah, so buffaloes, there's many theories as to why buffalo might lose their tail. I've heard of people saying that parasites around the tail can result in it falling off. I do know that hyenas, when they hunt buffalo or other antelope, yes, hyenas do hunt. They are formidable predators. When they do so, they will often grab onto the tail and use it as a potential anchoring to try and bring down a buffalo or such. And that's often how they end up losing these tails, is in fights with a hyena, or apparently parasites as well. So it's one of the ways in which I understand a buffalo to lose its tail. Fortunately, there's not too many hyenas here in this section of Kariega, and so you don't have too much of a concern for losing your tail as a buffalo here. Oh yeah, time for spa day. Look at that, oh yes, getting into the good spots there. Hey, I tell you what, Zoe, you and me both. I think I might be very tempted to go and slip into the mud spa today sometime. I'll have to slip in there with the buffaloes, chase one or two of them out the spot and get a little bit of a mud bath going on there. And then go and hang myself out of a shady tree and let the breeze cool me nicely. Well, that sounds like a great plan. Spa day down with the buffaloes? Yeah, I'd be totally game. Yeah, for sure. Well, it's been a long time since I had a nice muddy spa treatment. Yeah. Get the good old gritty mud between the toes. Yay! Nice bit of exfoliation. And a couple of others now just down in this little depression over here. Tendo, so that's a really cool question. What does a buffalo smell like? Well, well, other than the fact that it definitely smells like a distinctly buffalo smell. I don't know how to describe the smell of a buffalo. It's so it's one thing that I can tell you that buffaloes, at least herds, do give the aroma of is that of their dung. So when a big herd like this moves through an area, they'll graze and they'll move around and they'll drop their dung patties onto the ground, and so it smells like freshly digested grass, I think, is the best way to describe how a buffalo smells. So yeah, I think that would be my best bet at trying to describe how a buffalo smells. They have got this strong aroma of well, their own digested grass as they move through an area. So as when you're driving around, you're moving around and you pick up that scent, it is quite distinct. You can certainly tell if a herd of buffalo have moved by through that distinct aroma. It's like rhino dung as well. It's got a very distinct scent, and sometimes I would go so far as to even say you can distinguish between the different scents of rhino dung. So black rhino, white rhino, very very different diets, and so they produce very different dung. And with the right amount of attention, one can decipher between a male if you can tell between a male and a female rhino, then give me a call. I'd love to know how you do it. But between a species, you can. I'd say you can definitely. I remember doing surveys in KwaZulu-Natal. Use camera traps to try and entice rhinos into to get their images on the database to mark them off in the population, and we would sometimes take a little bit of black rhino dung from a strange place and go and put it up in the perfect position on a pathway, and you'd see a rhino come in and it'd smell this dung and I'd go, hey, I've never in my life smelt this rhino in this turf. and to see the reactions on camera was mildly amusing.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder, and what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
So yeah, it's just interesting how that scent is such a strong trigger for memory recall. It's also interesting how differently, how varied the perception of scent is. Some people smell certain things as nice, and some might actually smell it as deterring. I know that I think coriander is one of them. Coriander, or I forget another name for it. Well, whilst I ponder on the other names of coriander and the world of scent, let's go and have a look at what's going on over in Okukoya.
Thanks, Liam. And yes, we are here in Okakuyo for the first time this morning, and time to get a closer look at these lovely eland that have come to join us. A really nice herd of eland that is with us. Of course, one or two zebra and some wildebeest. And you can just see the size difference there. That's a really impressive bull that is here. Some calves as well. This is, I think, the third time that I've seen eland here at the dam. Really magnificent. They are fantastic. Antelope, of course, the biggest antelope in Africa, although Lord Derby's or giant eland is actually bigger than these common or Cape eland. You can really just see that body size on the males. They are quite slow for antelope, roughly 40 odd kilometers per hour that they would reach at the top speed. But they do have very good high jump and jumping abilities as well. So perhaps not as high as a kudu, but being able to jump from a standing start to around 3 meters. So when you consider that bulk, they can weigh up to around a ton. And of course, that big bull that we did see, and you can see how big he is, just moving off there. Being able to jump 3 meters is quite a feat. So really, really cool. Lovely to see them and some wildebeest and some zebra come through. It is slowly getting greener and greener. I haven't obviously been looking at the cans for the last few days, but I'm sure there has been a bit of rain that has fallen. There's a bit of cloud cover in the sky right now, and definitely a change of scene and season up here in Okakuyo. So very cool to see, and lovely to see this eland and those eland calves as well. You'll also just be able to pick up some of that audio of the guinea fowls. There's one or two of them will be coming through. That characteristic walk that they do have, that does come through. Their wings pointed backwards. Was scooting around as well. But really lovely to see these eland. Hi, Linda Maria. So it is always fantastic. As I said, for myself, this is probably the second time in the morning, and I have seen them once in the afternoon coming down for a drink. But this is definitely a different herd to when I last saw, because there weren't any bulls present in the last herd. But lovely to see, and you can also just see, as I do move off, and the bulls are almost darker in color, dark gray as well, and the calves being quite tawny, obviously far smaller than the adults. And it's also interesting with regards to eland is that the cows have very long horns, long pointy horns, and the males then quite short and stubby kind of horns, very thick, wide at the base, but lovely to see. Seems a little bit of wind picking up. Our zebra and wildebeest also slowly starting to move off. It is a little bit overcast here this morning too. One or two Cape Crows. And we'll just zoom out again and just pick up and see if any of our other friends haven't come through to join us just yet. The likes of the springbuck and the oryx. Perhaps even some black-faced impala. Corey busted perhaps too. Who knows what we have in store for us. But it does look like everyone's moving off, and I'm just having a little gander across here in these other thickets just to see if there isn't anything moving. I suppose we might as well just zoom in a little and watch our eland, wildebeest and zebra head off into the distant Mpani over there. And also just enjoy some of that vocalization of the helmeted guinea fowls that are around as well. So do excuse the camera shake, it is because of the wind. The wind is clearly picking up here today. Perhaps it is a better idea just to zoom back out, because sometimes it does affect our stream. But quite a cool scene anyway. Lovely to have a little pocket of zebra, eland and wildebeest with us. Morning, Wayne. So it does also seem that it is kind of synchronized when they do arrive and leave, but certain antelopes and animals will all have different amounts of water that they would need or require throughout a day. So you will notice that certain other species might hang around for longer than others, and then all kind of moving off together. Of course, you know, when you do approach a waterhole, when you do leave, you are probably lining yourself up to some degree to being at risk of perhaps falling prey to any predators that might be around. And obviously that strength in numbers, large numbers of eyes and ears, of course noses, being able to sense out or pick out anything that might be around that could cause danger to you. It does make sense to kind of approach and then leave together as well. But it does also depend on, you know, the species and their requirement of water that they might need. So you might see animals of the same species moving off first and congregating and then moving off further, and everyone kind of going their own way after that. Of course, they have different dietary requirements, and that can also dictate as to how they move off and the synchronicity and timing then of that moving away. But yeah, it is an interesting observation, and it does always seem that yeah, it is kind of planned and on schedule. At least what we've just seen now seemed that way. So currently just taking in the audio of these blacksmith lapwing. I'm just trying to see if anything else is going to be coming through. You can see how the wind is picking up. You can even just see the branches of this camel thorn really being pushed about. And of course we'll have it on our audio as well. But a very windy day indeed at the moment. So of course with that wind, That might mean that some of our feathered friends are a little quieter than normal. And we'll just have to wait and see how that all plays out, really. But we obviously did have those lapwings that are here in good numbers, so we'll keep a tab on them, and also how many of them might be around at certain stages of the day, and also if any of the other residents are around. The black-headed herons, of course the Cape crows we heard earlier, some of the pied crows, the sand grouse, and I'm sure we'll get some European bee-eaters too. And our lone Egyptian goose has come and joined us now as well. So just picking up that audio of the European bee-eaters now, and waiting to see what else might come through. So we are just going to have to take some time and wait for any of the other mammals to come and join us. Of course, we'll pick out any of the bird life that is around. It does look like we're just going to have to sit and be patient for the moment. We'll have obviously a little scan around, panning to see what else might be coming through. But otherwise, patience will be our best friend for the time being. There are some of our sandgrass as well, so lovely to hear them again. Sorry, Site, please go again there. Hi, Lenny. Yes, and thanks, Site, just for giving me those comms again. And yes, it really is quite incredible how they kind of descend upon us and inundate us with their presence, and within a matter of moments, vanish like that. So, always interesting to watch how quick they can disappear. Of course, we do still have one or two wildebeest just off there. A little bit of a shake just because of the wind. That wind might also mean that the animals might stick to the thicket while it is blowing around and at this kind of pace and speed. But you can just see those wildebeest just moving off. And just as Lenny was noting, how quickly they do kind of disappear. And of course they are rather far away right now. But this will also be able to give us a gauge as to how quickly they can disappear into the wilderness. Hi, birdwatcher, and to my understanding, the closest waterhole to here is actually called the Mbika waterhole, and I do just need to figure out, so I will just have a look to see what that distance is from here, from Okukuyo to Mbika. But well, I know that it is Mbika is because there's the Pride of Lion, the Mbika Pride of Lion that move between Okukuyo and the Mbika waterhole. So I will just check up for you and I'll give you that figure now. So from what I can see here, the distance, at least from the road, is roughly 20 kilometers. So that's just by road. There's quite a distance. Of course, Etosha is a very big reserve itself as well. But you know, that will change now, obviously, with the rainy season coming down and the seasonal plans starting to become active, and the more groundwater that is available. So that does mean then that, you know, pockets of water are available far closer than that Mbika waterhole from here. So, you know, the furthest distances between the waterholes will obviously be the drier months, and of course when the groundwater and that is available and around from rainfall, you know, that walking distance and that does then decrease. So nice is being able to pick audio of that sandgrass, and of course our wildebeest have now disappeared into those thickets. So once again we are just waiting to see who might come through. Might be quite tough though because of the wind. As I was alluding to earlier, animals sometimes do stick to the thickets when it is rather windy, kind of using the thickets as a buffer for that wind. Lovely to hear all the sandgrass, and you'll be able to notice the little flocks of them as they do come through, even moving along the ground and that, but it is rather windy, as I said, so the footage getting closer will probably be quite shaky. So we'll just watch and see and pull in the audio and call out any other audio that does come through at the moment. So it does seem like we're going to be waiting for a little bit of time, and that isn't a problem. But while we are waiting for some action to come through here, let us go and check in again with Liam and his buffaloes down in Kariega.
Oh, hello everybody, and welcome back to Kariega. We've got the herd of buffalo still around, and all slowly but surely making their way down to the waterhole. Lots and lots of creatures coming towards the water today. Understandably so. Some eland, couple of blesbok. Just a few of the buffalo have started making their way down. It's going to be some thirsty creatures out there today. So cat lover, there's not a heck of a lot of predators in this section of Kariega, unfortunately. So there will be the occasional leopard, which slips through unnoticed for the most part. And then there's the occasional brown hyena. There's spotted hyenas on the other section of Kariega. And then probably jackal and caracal would be the more prominent predators that would be around here. We've seen a few jackal from time to time on screen, which has really been quite special. Actually, I was very excited to follow jackal on live just a week or two ago. It came through the plains here, scent marking on the bushes, causing a bit of a stir with the other antelope. And then very, very occasionally do we get a caracal or the African lynx. They're also around. So yeah, not really the big predators in this part of Kariega. But leopard are always around. Leopards are not defined by these superficial boundaries that we try to create for wildlife. They ignore them completely, which I adore about the leopard so much. There's no fence can tame such a wondrous predator such as that. There's many an instance of leopards arriving in very unusual places, or at least what we would deem to be unusual, after having moved out of a protected area and wandered to go and find its place in the world. There are many an instance of leopards who have moved hundreds and hundreds of kilometers away through completely unprotected areas, and then found that they've passed through incredible amount of human development to get to where they were. The unfortunate part is that in many places, especially where there's a good population of human beings, these wild, unprotected areas are unfortunately quite under a fair bit of pressure from snares and poaching and so on. So there's a very little chance of a creature to get through, and if they do, then they deserve to stick around. Slip through the hands of man. A couple of blesbok now about to enter the screen, also heading down to Scotia Waterhole. We've got some giraffe on the further left, which might also enter and come down for a bit of a drink. comes the bless book.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning. Couple of giraffes here, also slowly making their way down towards Scotia. Most of them actually feeding on these Scotia trees. It's a very distinct tree line here running through the plains. It looks like an old fence line or a boundary. A lot of protected areas in southern Africa or South Africa that have got old farming areas, and Kariega is a good example of that. So another example of that would be somewhere like Madikwe. So let's go over and have a look and see what Lauren's got for us this morning.
Good morning, everyone. A very good morning to you all from a nice and calm Madikwe, where the temperatures are just not soaring today. There are clouds and it's keeping us nice and cool. And I think someone else here is also appreciating the fact that it's cool, aren't you, girl? We are sitting here with the gorgeous lioness who is so full that she looks like she's about to burst. Let's hope she doesn't. Davistam, good morning. My name is Lauren. You already know who's going to be behind the camera. hello, beautiful. Where are you going to go now? Oh my goodness, look at that belly. What did you eat? Please don't go in those thickets. Typical. We have been sitting with her quite some time, but of course, once animals hear the live, you know how it goes. Yola, oh, we did start with a bang today. Oh, we did. You wouldn't quite believe it, but unfortunately, the bang has dissipated. Let me just go forward ever so slowly. Or Davi's saying I should go backwards. But this is very thick in here, so it may be the case that we have lost her already. But one of the lionesses, and I do think it is this one, is quite, I wouldn't say skittish, that's the wrong word, but can be reactive to vehicles. So I just want to sort of drive really slowly around here, just so that I don't push her further into the thicket. But there are lots of sickle bush here, and my goodness, sickle bush is your enemy, or it's your car's enemy. Flat tires galore in Madikwe, and it's a sickle bush. Not only do they give punctures, they give slow punctures. So you think you're fine until the next day, and then you have a flat tire. This lioness was, I think, with sub-adult. She's there till 10 o'clock. Let's just see where she goes. She's really moving. I can't tell if she went flat there or not. It's going to be a bit of a mission to get through here, Darby. Sickle bush and stump. It's just a stump here as well. Lots of stumps. I don't think we're going to manage it, everyone. I think we have lost our lioness, which was very unfortunate. But as we figure out what we're going to do next, we're going to send you guys over to Alex and Okokoyo.
Thanks, Lauren. And we currently have some sun that has decided to make its way out of the clouds, as well as the audio of that African hoopoe as well. But wind's still quite blustery and quite hard. And of course, we are waiting for something to come through and join us. But nice to have the sun out. Of course, that will start to make it a little warmer. But great to just take in that audio of the African hoopoe and one or two of those Namakwa sandgrasses as well. So I'm just going to zoom in. Perhaps we'll be able to pick up on any movement, on anything that might be around on the other side of the dam. Let's just wait and see. It might start moving around and we can try and get a closer look then from there. Hi, Birdie. So there probably are a number of them. I do enjoy hearing the mourning doves. I do also enjoy the Namakwa sandgrass, and of course I like hearing African hoopoe as well. And for me, probably African hoopoe is probably the one, although I always call out the mourning doves and the sandgrass as well. But There's definitely 3 of my favorites. I also enjoy the European bee eaters, and I think those are probably the top 4 for now at least. So we should see a number of those blacksmith lapwings across the other side. Of course, 1 or 2 of the Cape Crows flying through as well. And our dabchicks that are ever present. So let's just wait to see, because sometimes we do get a large number of lapwings just in one frame. I think 16 is my record. So I'll just keep a tab on that as well. It does look like we're just going to have to wait to see. 1 or 2 springboks slowly starting to make their way as well. And I'm not too sure if they will get down to the water surface or how long it might take, but nice to have them going through in the background as well. So just enjoying watching this approach of the springbok at the moment. Too much else going on. It is quite windy, so it does move the camera quite substantially. We'll keep a tab on our springbok and obviously get a nice view of them. But you can also just see in the surface of Kikuyu here in the dam, just how that wind is coming literally directly straight for us and moving everything about. So just trying to keep tabs on as to where these springboks are going to come down to, or I suppose which part of the dam they're going to waterhole they're going to come down to drink at. So just following them around, also just watching the game paths that they've decided to navigate to come down as well. So quite interesting watching that, because it's obviously rather rocky with those concrete stones. And of course there's a number of different little pathways in that are well worn by the various animals that do come down. So the springbok are slowly making their way out of the woodwork at the moment. It was 2, is now 5. And some awesome lighting at the moment as well, with that sun starting to push through the clouds too, so really cool to see. I'll try to get a little closer. Do excuse if the plane does move around a bit. If it does, we'll just have to come out, but nice to see. So it is fantastic to get a first glimpse of our springbok this morning, but it is also time for us to check in again with Liam, who's apparently joined with some giraffe and buffalo at the moment.
And hello everyone, and welcome back to Kariega. The giraffes have steadily made their way down to the water here. Really nice to see some thirsty giraffes. As predicted, today being such a lovely warm day, bound to cause a bit of a thirsty giraffe. Let's have a look at this chap. Oof. I think that tail is telling a tale. A tale of yummy, delicious, thirst-quenching dose of water. Savouring the moment, swishing the tail. Oh, how refreshing it must be. Almost as if it was drinking from the buffalo's back. Very peculiar superimposed image we have here. Ah, nice. Very, very nice. You could just see by the look in this giraffe's face how it's savouring it. I mean, it's enjoying it so much. I think his buddies are like, "Nooit, gotta have a taste of that water. It looks really good. Let's come and join you here, pal." There you are. So I like that question, Lemaine. So I'm not too sure if they'll actually hurt themselves, but my understanding of that particular little flick that they do when they finish drinking is that of blood flow. So it's not not necessarily like a muscular or like the fact that it's in this arbitrary position, which is probably it's at a stretch for a giraffe. So it puts it into an unusual position. But I think the flick is more important for the blood flow. So you imagine a giraffe, it's an extreme creature. It really is. It's at the far reaches of what a mammal's heart needs to be, and what the size of it needs to be in order to get blood right up to the head. So you think of in the chest cavity of a very big, say record-setting 6-meter tall giraffe. That blood needs to pump a good 3 meters up sometimes. So it's a fair distance to get blood up to. So the heart is a massive muscle in a giraffe. It's probably got the biggest heart to body size ratio of any mammal that exists, and that's because of its unusually large neck. So with that massive big pump in its chest, now turned almost on its head. So it goes from 3 meters up to 2 and a bit meters down. It changes the pressure gradient of what that heart is doing. So now it's getting a bit of a head rush as it's leaning down drinking water. So as it's leaning down, drinking, the blood keeps on pumping down into its head. And, just like, I don't know, if you had siblings swing you around the garden upside down by your feet, it happens as kids sometimes. You get this really crazy head rush. And you stand up and you're a bit dizzy and you're like, whoa, that was crazy, man. And the giraffe has much the same sensation when it's got its head so low. So I believe that the little flick of the head is to kind of get the flow of blood normal again. And so to answer, would it get injured if it doesn't flick? No, I don't think it will injure or hurt its body in that position, but it could be very uncomfortable. It could also, I suppose, maybe cause some sort of malfunction in the blood flow, and I don't know if they would cause any particular injury, but nonetheless, it's an important aspect of its drinking water, and to keep a healthy blood flow through its body. So I hope that maybe answers the reason why a giraffe does that little head flick. It is quite interesting. It photographically it creates a beautiful effect. So on that lovely note, let's go and have a look at what Lawrence got for you. Also a couple of animals drinking, I believe.
We've made it to our newly favorite water body. And we have Ellie's drinking. What more could you want? This is exactly where we had the most wonderful sighting yesterday. Once you sort of find those water bodies and areas that Ellie's like, they'll start coming back time and time again. They are quite predictable in that sense, in their movements and their routes and their habits, because that is how the matriarch leads, after all. It's her role to lead the herd from place to place with good food, good nourishment, good water, reliable sources of water, reliable sources of food. Hello, little one. Janet Planet, your escape into nature has become magical with all of these elephants. I'm not a big fan of using the word magical in application to the animal kingdom, but if you feel magical, then that's a different story. As long as you feel magical, Janet Planet, that is okay. And there are more coming as well. It's not that there's anything wrong with using the word magical, it's just it creates this aura, this connotation that what we're seeing is something otherworldly and something unexplainable and something just awesome, but we're very detached from it. It's not as if any of us can really relate to magic, can we? And I think it's important to always just realize this is our natural world. Everything that we see is happening right now. It's not otherworldly. It's not unexplainable. And it's something that we need to ensure that we relate to at all times. We can't create this separation with the natural world. But Janet Planet, don't worry, you feel magical and that's okay. I think it's just important. The more we separate ourselves, us and them, that's where the problems begin and end, basically. We need to just remember that this is our natural world. We must care for it and we must act before it's too late. I think that is the Ellies. They were behind us though. Oh, there's more to the other side. Well done, Dobby. Ellies everywhere. Beautiful. Don't worry, we see you and your little one. It's funny, elephant calves, when they're sort of newly born and very young, they just cannot bear to be separated from mum's big giant feet. But as they start to get older, it really... Then they just want to leave mum, I guess it's like humans, and not be attached to her feet and go socialize and cause trouble and get up to all sorts of mischief. Let me just see if going forward will give us a better view here. It's really not that hot today. It's pleasant, but it's not sort of that sweltering heat that we had yesterday that means the Ellies are going to want to jump straight in. Hmm. $12 I think that's the best views we're going to get. Susan, elephants are social animals, so they will meet up with other herds, but it's normally herds that they have some sort of relationship. What you'll find is that when elephant herds get too big, they become completely unsustainable, meaning that it's just too much for one matriarch. Too many naughty bulls, too many naughty teenagers, too many calves to protect. So very often there'll be an organic separation into two different herds, and a new matriarch will arise, but there'll still be very, very close relationship between these two groups. They'll separate, they'll go their own ways, we call them kinship groups, but then they very much will reunite again and spend time with one another and interact. So you will find herds that have a relationship with one another, or individuals know each other. They will sort of come together and spend time together, but not always. Sometimes elephants will react badly if there's a herd that they don't want to meet. They've got calves they don't want, and there'll be a negative reaction. So it really depends on the relationships, which is something obviously we can really quantify. Coming together for safety reasons, I don't think so. I think a herd of elephants within itself is enough to keep them safe from predators, especially lions. I don't really see two herds just coming together saying, hey, we don't know each other, but let's come together for safety. I don't see that being the case. But you will find herds meet, and very often they'll congregate. They'll be communicating. They'll know where each other are. It's not a case of arriving at a water body and saying, "Ah, hey, you're here. We know you." No way. They will have been communicating over long distances and will specifically arrange to meet at that water body. I'm not sure we're going to get any more views, but we will try and reposition.
Jump! All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Very nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
So of course a nice little stripe of zebras in front of us and a gemsbok in the distance, as well as these kudus that are with us too. So quite a busy little moment here in Okaukuejo. We did have a number of the other kudus moving off. Of course, those Blackfest and Impala also heading off into the Mopani. But nice to have our zebra around again. And it is coming to the time of the year where there is a migration of zebra that does occur throughout Etosha, with a number of the zebra actually migrating further east. There are some that do remain in the area though. So there are actually two subpopulations of zebra within Okaukuejo, or within Etosha, not Okaukuejo. But yeah, the majority of them do then migrate across further east when the rains do start to come down. And there is a smaller subpopulation that does staying back here west. And it's noted that they do actually migrate. And the reason of them actually migrating is thought to be a link between the occurrence of anthrax that does become rather prevalent in the western sectors of Etosha and during those more rainy months, which is quite an interesting anomaly because it's normally noted, for example, across in the Kruger Park, or the Greater Kruger, if anthrax is present, or if there are higher numbers or higher occurrences of anthrax, it's generally towards the end of the dry season. So drier months, but end of the dry season itself, and not in the wet season. So it's interesting to note how the spores of the anthrax are obviously activated and found in different seasons in the different areas. So really rather peaceful. It does seem like the wind is slowly dying down a bit. Nice to see that first gemsbok though. Then the background, of course, more kudu coming to join us, as well as the zebra that are being rather patient with us right now. It seems like our zebra are going to slowly start moving off. Kudu is still present. One or two springbok as well hanging around. And we are waiting for the first gemsbok to come and join us right now. So it looks like our zebra are moving off into the distance. Still sitting here with our kudu, but it is also time for us to pick up again with Lauren and Davy across in Madikwe.
All of these ellies just came to this mud puddle and have been splashing like children. But sadly the mud bath is over and they are now dust bathing. Whew. Our dust is going to come back and hit us in the face. Yep, it is. I'm going to turn and face the other way. Hopefully they don't disappear. Ah, disappeared right on cue. Look at that little one though. Covering themselves like this actually acts as a layer of sunscreen, believe it or not. Protects their skin from UV rays, and I believe that it just feels really, really good on that dry, cracked skin. I think it just feels incredible. Maybe itchy, so scratchy, scratchy, so itchies. Maybe even dislodges parasites, but that's not the sort of primary function. It coats their skin. It just looks like mud and dust to us. But it's actually protecting their skin. And they're able to do quite a lot of body coverage and one or two snorts from their trunk. And there was a puddle that they were all bathing in. Alrighty, let's see. I can see them all moving off in the thicket, so I don't think we'll get any views. but we will turn and go back round to the water body. This is a nice little area, an area that we never came to in October because it was nothing, just a dry, empty. Okay, well, we shall keep bumbling and see what else we can find.
Oh, welcome back to Kariega, folks. Our giraffe, who were now down by the water, have come to their senses and have moved on to go and find a bit of shade not far away from the waterhole. It's quietened down a little bit at Scotia, but definitely quite nice views of this giraffe. Actually in the shade over here. Beautiful Scotia tree, and he's taken up a nice bit of residence under the shade there. Really lovely. Really nice to see. Enjoying a bit of shade and chewing on the good old cud, hey? So Lisa asks, are acacia trees poisonous? So the acacia trees aren't poisonous, although they definitely attempt to resist the browsing of a giraffe or any other creature that decides to browse on its leaves. And the accumulation of these chemical resistors in a plant, and the accumulation of it in an animal, can be quite nauseating. It can upset the digestive system of an animal. So a very good example is the kudu. Now in southern Africa, and mostly in South Africa, we've got this unfortunate tendency of fencing up many of these smaller pockets of land. And one of the studies that was done regarding this, this chemical interaction with the leaves and the acacia trees and the browsing antelope like kudu in this instance, what it found is that these tiny little pockets of area that were made available to wildlife were very much detrimental to the kudu, in that when the kudu fed on a particular acacia, it would then release these tannins into not only into the air but into the leaves. And then once the tree gets too bitter for the browser, it could also be a giraffe, it will then move on to another group of trees or area with that's not so affected, because of course these trees do in some way talk to one another. So when those tannins release from that tree, it moves downwind or to an adjacent tree, and that tree then picks up on those cues. And so with these extra limited areas, the trees were talking to each other very quickly, and the kudu were running out of trees that weren't were caught by surprise, the ones that were not privy to the fact that the kudu's there. So these kudu were going around feeding on the trees in that limited area, and they were taking in these toxins, these alkaloids in the leaves, and in fact they were dying from it. It was quite bizarre. They couldn't figure out what had happened to these kudus. They had lots of food around them. There was more than enough. So what's wrong? Why are they dying? And they found out that these alkaloids in the leaves were accumulating to a level that was, interfering with the way in which a kudu digests, a ruminant digests. So completely upsetting the balance in its rumen, and they were dying of starvation with full bellies. So it just it can be poisonous if it's accumulated too much, but that's why you need bigger areas. You need areas for animals to move around. You think that you've got enough food for an animal in a particular plot, but because you don't know the dynamics of how these plant communities and animal communities interact, you're setting the animal up for a bit of failure there. So you need bigger areas that give plants the chance to kind of rest and lower their alkaloid levels, and then for browsers to come back and then feed on it at a later stage. So they can be poisonous, but they're not, offhand they're not poisonous. There's other plants that are immediately can have quite immediate effects of on whatever animal eats them. One thing I can say is black rhinos are very good at consuming these normally highly toxic plants, what are toxic to others. They have a really incredible resilient digestive system. They eat all sorts of succulent euphorbias, which are loaded with milky latex, which can definitely affect mammals' health. So that was a very good question. Thank you for that. Now our giraffe has moved off into some deeper shade somewhere further down the valley, it seems. So enjoying nice views of a pretty scotia tree that moments ago had a giraffe, but now there's Egyptian goose who photobombed a moment ago. Now, oh, hello, goodbye. They're at each other's necks again. It's the same two pairs of Egyptian geese that always seem to be after one another. Let's turn our attention to this ostrich making his way through the plains here, feeding on some not so toxic grass. That's another thing. Grasses, they certainly don't have the chemical complexity to them compared to a tree. But they still do have a substance in them that apparently attempts to resist herbivory, so animals feeding on it, and that is silica. It's a very rudimentary element that we have here on our home planet, and is a building block to many different things, and silica forms a lot of very rough, resilient structures in a plant, and it's quite difficult for animals to really digest. So it's been studied that grasses with a high silica content tend to be a lot more difficult to digest, and so that might be a grass's way of defending itself. Either way, whatever grass this ostrich is eating is helpless to its pecks. So you can see at a distance even this little bolus in the ostrich's neck. It's like a bit of a feeding. It's like it's crop, part of the crop, I suppose, building up a little bit of food there in the bolus, and then once it gets to a sufficient amount, then passes down. It looks quite bizarre. With that ostrich as as this big old bolus slowly makes its way down the neck of the skinny neck of an ostrich. Looks like it's choking on a rock. You can see it. You can just see it there briefly. It's a very useful mechanism for a bird. Fill up its crop whilst the food is available, whilst resources are available. Quickly fill it up, and you can then move on to the next resource intense area. Another great example is vultures. So we've had a couple of vultures in the last weeks in different localities. They are also very selected. They feed on very select resource of food, being dead meat, and it's usually available for a very short period of time. So vultures will search great areas and take some time to find their next meal, and when they find it, they get stuck in and they devour whatever's left of a carcass in a matter of minutes. And it's usually, if there's good numbers of vultures, it really is an efficient affair, and they fill up those crops in next to no time, and then keep that crop nice and full, and then when they're ready, digest it at a later stage. Billy Wild Guy, you ask if an ostrich got the biggest eye of a land invertebrate. Vertebrate. I seem to recall some sort of record pertaining to an ostrich's eye. Whether or not it's the largest of all, I'm not entirely sure. That's a good one. I'll have to check up on that, Billy Wild Guy. But they certainly do have a record of a sort, as I recall. If it's not a land mammal, definitely in the bird world, being the biggest bird in the world. You can imagine what that translates into in terms of visual acuity. They live in relatively open habitats usually, the common ostrich, the smiley ostrich as well, and so I suppose having an excellent set of eyes to spot any threats from a long distance away, or counterparts, would be most useful. I find it quite amusing the way an ostrich feeds. It's so bizarre how the neck comes right down and then curves back up. It almost looks like it could be a good mechanism to stop hiccups. Kind of low down, up. It'd pull off some sort of yoga move to try and stop hiccups. I've heard of all sorts of lovely tales about how to prevent hiccups, and this ostrich seems to have got the right answer, I think. So interesting to read about some of the tales that the ancient hunter-gatherers of southern Africa, some of the history that's been written about them, is their unbelievable ability to hunt down an eland through chasing it, and I find it an intriguing relationship. It's an example of a species that whose predator for a long period of time was probably mostly a human. You can just think of a time long ago when this eland would see human beings as its apex predator. I'm sure there's lions that definitely would have and still do hunt eland. I remember in the Kalahari the male lions would often target eland because it was good amount of meat for the amount of effort put in. But the relationship with man I find to be quite intriguing. It's said that many of these hunters would in fact hunt during the heat of the day. Now, to you and I, it seems like a daft idea to go for a run in the heat of the day. But because of the incredible stamina of the human being, we were able to run during the hottest time of the day and also cool down relatively easily, because we have far less hair on our bodies, and because we perspire the way that we do. That creates a very, very efficient cooling mechanism. So you might be exposed a bit to the sun, but as you run and you perspire, your body stays cool. So you'd be surprised how well your body does in the heat of the day. Although, when one is not acquainted with it, it sounds laboring. And so the technique was to, find suitable quarry, and often be an eland, to potentially run down, if one can't maybe make use of a poisoned bow and arrow, or poisoned arrow from a bow. And so they would if they couldn't find a suitable quarry with a bow and arrow, best choice, run it down. And so these hunter-gatherers apparently would run after these eland, and you could think for a moment how well an eland runs. They're exceptionally good long distance runners. They can keep a steady jog up for a good 10 kilometers, it's been said. And that's not a particularly common trait of an antelope. Antelope usually run in very fast, short bursts, and then that's how they evade their predators. But with the eland and man, it's a endurance game. And so they would run these eland down, and you can imagine the evolutionary arms race to push. Whichever eland can run a longer race are going to be the ones that are going to survive and evade the human predator. And so now we have a species who, under that pressure, under the selective pressure, can run great distances. And it's another reason possibly why we as a mammal are also very good endurance runners. Think of the ultramarathons that are run across the world, in excess of 80 kilometers in a day. That is an incredible distance for a mammal to run. It really is outstanding. So we can be quite proud to have come to that point in our evolutionary history. It's quite a noble act. And likely due to the antelope we can see in the screen right now. So after that lovely speech of how elands and humans run, I'd love to know your questions and comments. It's I do tend to get into these monologues, which is no fun. I hope you aren't all falling asleep behind the screen here. Of course, like I said, it's a wonderful experience to share with you all, and I do enjoy hearing your questions and comments. Like the swishing tails of the eland, they are quite persistent in their they're wanting to keep those flies at bay. What else would you like to know about eland? What thoughts come to mind? Who of you out there think they could, outrun an eland? That's a good question. So it's just well, let's go and have a look and see what's happening over in Okakoya at the pool party, whilst we relax around Scotia Waterwall over here.
Thanks, Liam. And yes, we are inundated currently with springbok and one or two kudu that have joined the fray across here in Okakoya. Always nice to see, and obviously great to see the springbok numbers picking up as they have done throughout the course of the morning. Of course, also just keeping a tab of that little shady patch there under the camel thorn, because they do like going through and standing in the shade there as well. But awesome to have our kudu down with us. A number of different associations coming to join us as well. So awesome to see them. The wind is slowly dying down, so no complaints about that either. Really awesome. Lovely scenes here. Very relaxing. Of course, a number of the springbok as well wading in, and there was just a wildebeest off to the distance as well. So we'll keep a tab on our kudus, because the springbok should hang around for a moment. And it is nice always watching the very regal kudus come through and drink as well. Idalia, sorry, I just want to get your question again there, just to understand exactly what it is you wanted to ask. So if the birds start alarm calling around the waterhole, will the antelope leave? So it really will depend on the type of bird then. Generally, when we have the helmeted guinea fowls around, they do make a large ruckus, and they do go pretty intense when there are predators around. It does depend on the size of the predator as well, and of course also the time of the day. So generally, if they're alarming for things like jackal, the antelope will hang around and they don't necessarily push off. Of course, also if the birds are alarming for other birds of prey, the antelope definitely won't move off for that either. But if, for example, the guinea fowl were to pick up on the presence of lion, that would definitely get everyone into gear and a shift of gear, and help with dispersing those animals that would be around the waterhole at that time. So it really will depend, obviously, on the type of predator. Also the type of bird as well. Of course, a number of different birds, different sizes, and of course they'll have different predators then as well. So the guinea fowl will probably be the first port of call when it comes to alarming for predators that would come through. Of course, if there were a number of those little red-billed spurwing or spur fowls or franklins, they would also alert the other antelope to the presence of a bigger predator. And the lapwing generally go quite wild on anyone that kind of disrupts them. So kind of like that parable of crying wolf. They generally don't get as much attention as, say, an alarming guinea fowl would. But it obviously does depend time of the day and the number or the activity of the predator that is around. Very interesting to note, and it is always fascinating watching that behavior unfold, because at different times you can see different things, and of course with different antelope as well, with different animals around. So lovely to see these little black-faced impala coming through. Really impressive horns on some of them. They do occur here, and it does look like the one on the left has a rather awesome set of antlers. So just watching these impala mill about and come down, also just admiring some of their horns. And of course watching that bull wildebeest move off as well. And of course all of these springbok that are spending this lovely time with us too today. So no complaints, lovely to be busy. Of course it's also good to have that wind dying down for us. It has meant that our numbers are picking up. Of course there's some zebra up at the top too. So really quite a bit of action going on at the moment. No complaints at all. Lovely to have all the numbers and all the animals around us. I just want to try and get a better view of these impala rams. So as I did say, a number of them with really impressive horns, and it really does amaze me watching and seeing the different sizes of their horns as well that we do get here. Always nice to admire impressive animals of any kind. So really cool, lovely watching them. You can just see as they get closer to us, these rams, they are starting to get a better gauge, of course, as to what I was talking about. Their horns, this one looks like it's missing one. So that is possibly the end of his mating career, but it remains to be seen. But always interesting to see what's going on here. So a pleasant scene unfolding here right now. Lots going on with all of our springbok and some lovely kudu bulls and a couple of actually gemsbok. They've come to join us. I'm interested to see if we'll see more calves. Also holding out on the impala lambs that should hopefully be coming through here in the area at some point. And really lovely getting some of these big kudu bulls coming through and the gemsbok as well. So lovely scene at the moment. Awesome to have 4 species with us. It'll be interesting to see how the wading games start to unfold now with the gemsbok coming through. They generally wade a lot deeper than the springbok, but it doesn't mean that on certain days we don't see one or the other really getting into the deepest parts of the dam itself or waterhole. Also good to have the zebra coming through in numbers. Of course, it is the springbok and the zebra that occur here in the highest numbers up here in Etosha, at least of the antelope species and, or I suppose, herbivore species that are here. The zebra clearly not an antelope, but they both are herbivores. So quite cool. So awesome to just see the different sizes of all the antelope and the other herbivores that are with us right now. This zebra coming through as well, giving us a gauge between the gemsbok and kudu sizes, as well as being able to compare impala and springbok too. And of course the difference in sizes between both of those and the others that have joined us. Really lovely kudu bulls here. Nice wide spreads. Obviously, we'll gauge in terms of the impressiveness of those horns is generally on the width. So you kind of look for the horns being wider than the ears. And of course then the length. So going up to that 4th curl. These are really impressive kudu regardless. Lovely body sizes. And really quite fascinating just seeing the individual beauty of each of these antelope that are with us right now. The gemsbok and the kudu, both very striking and beautiful in their own way. Hi Milani. So effectively the gemsbok are the largest oryx that you will find in southwestern Africa, because they are the only oryx that occur here in southwestern Africa, in Namibia. But out of the oryx species, they are also the biggest of the subspecies as well. So there are 2 others up in East Africa, as well as the Arabian and the scimitar-horned oryx as well, that occur in the world. So the Arabian, obviously in the Arabian Peninsula, and they are very endangered, and there are a number of different conservation programs that they have been involved in and that are ongoing up in the United Arab Emirates and in areas where they have been found, and that is trying to re-establish wild populations of those Arabian oryx. And with the scimitar-horned oryx, there have been a number of programs that African Parks has been involved with up in Zakuma Nut in Chad, where the numbers are slowly starting to rebound too. So very interesting, but they are both of those far smaller than these gemsbok and the other oryx that we do get then in East Africa as well. They do look very similar, both those subspecies, but this one is definitely bigger. Of course, being arid specialists, so thriving in arid areas. Hi Ian, so Oryx's main predator will be lion. Of course, calves will also get taken by leopard and cheetah and that are in the area. And of course hyena, that would try and take them down too. But definitely their number one predator would be the lions that they are found with. So both here in Kalahari and in Etosha where we are right now. The lion would be their number one predator. But yeah, the calves obviously do then fall prey to other predators too. So leopard where they occur, or where they are at least in an area with the gemsbok, as well as cheetah and coalitions of cheetah males as well taking them on. And of course spotted and brown hyena also having a go where they can. A lovely scene. So awesome to just have these zebra also starting to come back through. Of course, always good to have our gemsbok as well. But lovely to get the kudu like we have had this morning. Lots of kudu coming through and showing the strength of numbers around the waterhole right now. I'm just going to pan across here to the left just to pick up on any other activity that might be going on. Some impala moving off slowly. Still good numbers of our springboks. So I'm going to shoot back over to the right and hopefully we'll get that lovely approach of our zebras. It does look like they might be pushing off, so we might just have to wait some time for them to come down and join us. Another lovely impala ram coming down. Always interesting to also just see the different coloration on the impala versus the springbok and how much darker and kind of uniform that impala coat is as opposed to the springbok with that striking white belly and black stripe before it goes into that tawny there, and of course that patch of hair, pouch of hair really, that is on the back of that rump leading up to its shoulders as well. So awesome to see our zebra are coming through for us. Did see a number of the others kind of pushing through down the tree line as well. So always cool to have a look. So very cool having all these zebra. Of course, lovely having good numbers of kudu coming down for us. And these impala that have come through the fray. But it is time for us to check in again with Lauren. see what's going on there in Madikwe.
Water hole, a different water hole. They're moving off now, but I think they're thoroughly enjoying the vegetation. The vegetation is normally the most nutritious and delicious around a water hole. Got so much moisture in the soil. Especially older elephants, you'll tend to find them spending a lot of time near water holes. Never get bored seeing elephants. It always makes me think about the interconnectedness of a system, an ecosystem. And I heard a question the other day, what ecological roles do baboons play? And I thought, what is it that you're actually trying to ask me? Because when you think about ecological roles, that's a very difficult thing to determine. Now, when we're learning ecology or sort of biology or environmental science at school or college, we do sort of learn predator, prey, predator keeps the prey in check, blah, blah, blah. But it's really so much more than that. And one of the most wonderful examples, Ellies, not having much luck with our sightings today, but we do have some zebra to the left of us. Let me just reposition. They've moved this way, doggy. There you go, Ellie. Please don't disappear. I'd really like to talk about you. Yeah, one of the most amazing examples I ever read was actually about wolves. And I know we're looking at an Ellie, but just to highlight this sort of interconnectedness of ecosystems. And in Yellowstone, the really famous example, way back in the 19th century, people eradicated wolves, as we know. And it was a response to ranchers and farmers and just panic over losing their livestock. Not too unlike the wild dog situation in South Africa. And I believe the last pack back then was actually wiped out in 1926. That's crazy, completely wiped out. And lone wolves were spotted, I believe, until the 1930s. But generally speaking, the pack, that huge sort of social dynamic, was wiped out. And naturally, just like anything in life, it wasn't long before the consequences were visible. Everything has consequences. And because there were no more predators, that pressure from the predators that we all know about completely lifted. And therefore the elk population began to increase. And we know that, right? Predator controls prey, remove the predator, prey increases. Simple, great. So we knew that effect. But there were so many other levels of that interconnected system that just were not that obvious. Beavers in the area were affected. Yes, beavers. And this was because they are dependent on water, of course, but they're also dependent on the vegetation along a river system.
Sadly, we did just lose Lauren there, and we will be back with her shortly. But we are here in Djuma and enjoying our grey heron again. So lovely to see him, of course, in a very different position and doing very different things to how we started this morning with him hunting. Clearly just taking a break up here in one of the dead trees. Really awesome watching them as well. Just seeing how that plumage is clearly really in its best nick right now, this time of year being breeding period, and the herons do actually form heroneries, which is where they kind of communally do then nest and roost as well in areas where there are large numbers. I did mention earlier that these herons in particular are found throughout Africa, Europe, and then Asia as well. Of course, different regional populations of them too. But really one of the most widely distributed herons in the world. Lovely to be able to spend some time with one anyway.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
So lovely to see. So still just waiting on this heron to come through and just turn around so we can just pick up on the color of its bill and just show you the reason why it's in breeding plumage or coming out of. Because the wind is rather hectic at the moment. And here that does look like some purple pod cluster leaf that is there, or Terminalia, but I could be very wrong. Could also just be one of the russet bush willows as well. Big trees there. With it kind of blowing like this, I am leading more towards russets, but again it is rather fast. I can't see the best, I suppose, yeah, just not being on the ground either, so let us not speculate any further because very likely that I will get that wrong from here. But lovely to just watch this grey heron, hoping that it does give us a little bit more action. Always cool watching all the plumage, and that does work. Hi Valerie. So grey herons do take a number of invertebrates and other mammals and animals as well. So they do definitely have a carnivorous appetite and diet. So they will take things like little frogs, of course any freshwater mollusks and crabs and that kind of thing that are around too, perhaps little young chicks that are around fish. So definitely more aquatic life than that is around. I have heard of stories of them taking the odd mice and that kind of thing as well. So the odd mouse that might be found around here, or maybe a little gerbil, taking on those. But yeah, definitely very carnivorous birds in terms of what they do take. But they do have quite a varied diet anyway, as I did allude to. So, fish obviously is a main component. Obviously all the different aquatic animals, so the mollusks and worms and insects, and also the small rodents and birds as well. So very predatory anyway. And you can also just see just by that beak structure, kind of like a spear. Obviously they do use that then to great effect when they are hunting. So this one is mature, purely because it is in its breeding plumage, but also has those black shoulder straps. So they generally only get that from around 2 years of age. So this is a mature individual. And to me it seems like it's coming out of its breeding plumage. So that bill getting a little bit duller, and its legs just also starting to get a bit paler as well. So it is interesting, obviously, we just saw those different populations, obviously, of these grey herons. So the ones here, at least in southern Africa, are known to be resident. So they'll be resident to those areas. Of course, there are areas where they're more prevalent. So here in southern Africa and up into eastern Africa, having far more prevalent numbers of grey heron, but those then obviously found higher up and north, being known to be far more migratory. So those found north of the equator. So interesting to note how the different seasonalities and habitats that they are found in across the world will dictate their movements as well. It was just cool to see. Lovely to pick up on them. They are rather social birds as well, so it's not uncommon for them to be found a number of herons roosting together. I just want to zoom out because Dewey the hippo was present, although at times pretty camera shy. So just going to have a look to see where he is and what he's up to. Perhaps he will afford us one look before hiding his face. But let's just wait and see. Just see that hump there now in the water, so he does like to hide his face when he is around. Let's just have a look to see. But great to pick up. Oh, he's actually facing the other way right now. He was facing towards us a little earlier. And his terrapin friends are yet to join him as well, so interesting to see. Probably not the best of sightings, but let's just see, maybe he will turn around for us and we will get a look. So it looks like Dewey is rather relaxed, not too interested and escaping to nature with us at the moment, immersing himself in the water. But definitely a little camera shy today. Hi Dean. So the chances of those lions being able to actually get to the hippo itself and disturb it, at least from here in this dam, would be quite tough. So the hippo would probably just go on and keep on doing exactly this, just enjoying itself, minding its own business, and allowing those lions then to drink. But of course, where water bodies and sources are far smaller, and if that hippo was feeling threatened, it would definitely get rather irritated by the presence of those lions. And I've seen footage of them, and hippos in particular, going after male lions, even crossing river sources up in the Chobe and Okavango. So it would also depend on the hippo. Some hippo are far more temperamental than others, but of course if they felt threatened, they would definitely make sure that those lions pushed off. But I think with a big water body such as this, hippo probably never even been attacked by any lions anyway, in particular a big one like this. So in all likelihood it would probably just allow the lions to drink and continue doing what it's doing, just enjoying a rest before heading on out. But it doesn't mean that in certain parts of Africa that hippos won't go after lions and vice versa. So up in Zambia in the South Luangwa, the lions are also known to take hippos in that area, and of course then also feed on their carcasses when they do pass away. So they do have a taste for hippo. And of course in areas such as where we are right now, if a hippo was to pass on, or if there was a calf that was in a precarious position and the lions were around, it would definitely spark their interest, because of course predators are opportunistic, so they would possibly have a look. But it would be interesting to see. Of course, each different situation and sighting is very different, and there are a number of variables that we'd have to take into account for such a situation to unfold. But I do think Dewey right now would be pretty unnerved by those lions, and rather just chilled here in the center of his little pond or dam, water hole, water source. So interesting to note. But yeah, of course, we can't script nature, so each situation will be very different entirely. So it looks like Dewey definitely not interested in us at the moment. If he does turn around, we'll definitely have a look. But let's just see what has decided to pop around. Perhaps here in the more open areas, just off Gari Dam. Let's just check what's going on. Always interesting to see, because the weather has, it looks like, cleared up a little bit. Not raining as much as it was earlier on. And that might have drawn out one or two of the other herbivores that are in the area, which it has indeed. So here we have one of our common impala. Lovely ram, just also taking a chance to have a rest. It seems, it doesn't even look like this one is ruminating. So clearly enjoying a little bit of downtime in the open space here. I haven't seen any of the oxpeckers on any of them yet. Quite a cool little frame over here with the impala lying in the grass like that. Quite clearly the absence of any of that black facial marking that we would get on the impala up in Etosha. So you can see some of them actually in this area do have kind of like a little dark black kind of patch in between their horns, but it doesn't run down their snout or down towards their nostrils like it would with those impala up in Etosha. But interesting to see. And this one's horns not exactly perfect. Of course, one sitting a little bit prouder of the other. And I don't think that this ram is fully grown just yet. Probably a season or so off. So just taking the opportunity to pan around Djuma for the moment. It was raining earlier on, so just interesting to pick up on what might be around. There's a crested barbet calling there. Do excuse me while I go through the tree quickly. So it looks like we've got one resting impala, very lazy and unfriendly hippo that doesn't want to show his face, and of course back with our grey heron. But I think it is time for us to shade across to Okakuyo, where the action is starting to heat up again. Always cool to watch the animals as they do approach us up there too. So we're off to Okakuyo, where we'll leave our grey heron, hippo and impala at peace here in Djuma for the moment. So of course back here in Okakuyo and just enjoying some of the approaching gemsbok, the springbuck, the zebra in the distance. A little bit of a canter going on there, it seems. Of course some of the audio of the Cape crows and that are starting to get rather vocal as it heats up. So a number of zebra off in the distance there. I'm hoping they will come and join us. Of course, we've got some of these gemsbok that are also slowly meandering down towards the ever-present springbuck that have started to pop out in good numbers. So very nice to just be busy and have different species around with us as well. So just waiting to see if these gemsbok do want to play ball with us and come join us. Otherwise we will just sit and enjoy our springbuck friends. One or two of them are wading in. Hi, Weezer. And there's a very interesting question on the origin of the name Gemsbok. It is a Dutch word, the Gems actually alluding to a mountain goat that is kind of found in the Alps. In French, that goat or that antelope is called the chamois, chamois, and at least in Austrian and my native tongue, it is called Gams. So Gams, Gems, that would be the Dutch or direct Dutch then from the German. And it comes down to their facial kind of markings as well. So they're both a very similar facial markings. That is where it comes to. So Gemsbok being a derivation off of that antelope found there in the Alps. So because of that white and black kind of facial marking on it, that is where that then it does come from. Of course, the Gams, chamois, is far smaller than the Gemsbok. They are very adept at climbing mountains and jumping around in that high altitude. But it's because of the facial markings then on these Gemsbok that that Dutch word was then created and came about. And sadly, we will just hear that tractor in the background. Some maintenance probably going on here up in Okakuyo camp, so please do excuse it. But it hasn't pushed off the antelope just yet. So with us getting a little bit disturbed here with the tractor, it is time for us to also head across and check in again with Lauren in Madikwe.
We're still at the same dam, and although the elephants have disappeared, we thought we'll spend some time with the good old zebras. So we're just sitting here with the zebras, and there are actually some blue wildebeest in the background as well. Now, I wasn't on Sunrise this morning, which is so unfortunate because I wanted to sit with a herd of wildebeest, one where they are heavily pregnant, and just watch. One day I will get my birth. One day. But I'm not getting a good look at the wildebeest here. Can't remember what I was saying earlier, apologies about that, but I was given the example of the wolves and the interconnectedness of the system. So yes, wolves, elk, obvious, right? A plus B equals C, easy. But no one really thought about the beavers, and they really did lose in that situation because they depend heavily on water, yes, but they also depend on the trees that grow by the river, like willows and poplars and things like that in that area. They cut these trees down so that they can get to the nutrient-rich new growth, and they devour this. So because all the young deciduous trees all along the river system were ending up in the stomachs of the hungry elk, the beavers had nothing to gnaw on, and they completely disappeared. So we've lost the wolves through human action. Elks have increased, but we've now lost the beavers as a result of that. So the riverbanks themselves became complete wastelands, if you like, and without any vegetation to protect the ground, we know this. What happens when the vegetation is removed, especially on islands like in the Maldives? You get erosion. So the seasonal flooding that happened every season in this particular area made the riverbank erode, and this advanced really, really quickly. So the rivers then began to meander more and more. So they were becoming increasingly windy. And this is because, let me think how to explain this, because the less protection that the underlying layer of soil has from erosion, the more pronounced the sort of serpentine tendency, if you like, especially in a really flat landscape. So the less protection that soil has, the more likely that you're going to get that serpentine effect, which makes the riverbanks more and more windy. I hope that makes sense. So this continues until, I believe, about 1995. And then wolves were reintroduced. They were reintroduced to restore the park's ecological balance. So some people would say this is a trophic avalanche because the entire trophic system was disturbed, but other people say it was actually a trophic, not a trophic cascade, a trophic avalanche. It was that bad. So then, of course, the wolves are the predators. So the predators then begin to feast on the elk as normal. And the elk numbers reduced drastically, actually. It didn't take that long for it to happen. And then the trees had a little chance to begin to grow again, which is a good thing. The system is slowly starting to restore to how it always was. But then something changed, because for all that period of time that the wolves were gone, elks were reproducing. Therefore, there's a new generation of elks. Elk behavior began to change. So not only have we got sort of a species level crisis that resulted in an environmental crisis, we now have a behavioral change. The elks began to fear the wolves. They didn't understand the wolves. This was a new predator again to them. They haven't sort of evolved together. There's a big gap in the wolves and elks relationship. So because of fear, elks started avoiding the open areas around the riverbanks, and they started retreating into places with more cover, which makes sense, so that the predators, the wolves, are not going to see them. So they did come to the river for water. They were recorded coming to the river, but they really didn't stay there at all. So therefore, all these willows and poplar species that I mentioned, they began to grow sort of abundantly along the riverbeds. And they're actually known as pioneer species, which obviously we touch on regularly here. And they can grow faster than most species, so they can really start the sort of population growth. So it only took a few years before the riverbank was actually a lot more stable again in terms of vegetation. So the meandering of the river slowed dramatically. The flow of the river slowed, and it carried less soil because erosion wasn't happening so much. The erosion was really slowing down. So the damage was done, but it was at least halted. The beaver's food source returned. These little creatures came back again and gnawed their way through life and began to build dams and just do what beavers do. They're such awesome animals. And then, because the water slowed even more, if you think of an overflowing river that's eroded and it's very, very wide on both sides, once that stops and slows, it's going to create gaps on either side. And depending on how the soil sits, it created little ponds in this situation. And these tiny little ponds or puddles or pans that sat along the riverbed actually created a paradise for amphibians and all sorts of small animals. And of course, once you get little ponds with amphibians, you then get lots of insects. Once all the insects came back, the birds returned. And for the first time in absolute years in this system, they were witnessing birds. The birds came back. And don't you think that's amazing? The simple thing of eradicating the wolves had such a knock-on effect, a trophic avalanche, if you like, onto areas that you wouldn't automatically think. So when you ask, what is the ecological role of an animal, it's not always possible to answer. It's not as simple as, the role of a predator is to eat the prey. The role of the prey is to eat the vegetation. That's on a very simple, basic visual level. But when you think wider, the wolves had an impact on the elk, who had an impact on the beavers, who had an impact on the vegetation. This had an impact on, the vegetation had an impact on the river flow, which caused erosion. The river flow then sort of swamped up and engulfed and drowned all the little ponds, which had an impact on amphibian life, insect life, bird life. So you would never think when you're sort of hearing that story that removing wolves directly or indirectly would have an impact on the birds or the shape of the river. Your mind just wouldn't go that far. But in actual fact, that's what's happened. And that's when you think of the interconnectivity of a system and how everything's connected. There is a lot that humans are not aware of. Relationships that stand there, effects that we can't even begin. So when it comes to trying to say the ecological role of an animal, it's almost next to impossible. Yes, we can say the obvious. Yes, they disperse seeds. And yes, they eat this, which keeps that specific vegetation at bay, but it's so much more complicated than that. And I just love the example of the wolf, because it just blows my mind to think, wow, removing wolves affected the shape of the river. And I don't think we often go that far when we're sort of thinking about it. And I guess that's human intervention coming in and then trying to, you've eradicated the wolves have gone, and then you've got to think, right, how do we turn back the clock now? We realize what we've done is wrong. We've heavily impacted the system in Yellowstone. Now we need to turn back the clock. Make that clock start ticking again. But it's not always that simple. Luckily, in this example, the system really did restore itself. Balance came into play. But that may not always be the case. Maybe sometimes when the damage is done, it's done. The smallest of disturbances in an ecosystem, especially from humans, can have the most unpredictable changes. And that's what we've got to be careful with. And especially when assuming that we know the ecological role of an animal. The lion's role as predator, top-down control, eats the prey, keeps the prey in balance. Yes, absolutely. But there will be so much more than that. So much more, like a big spider's web. Or a maze where there are so many twists and turns that lead on to pathways that you didn't even think they were going to lead on to. And this sort of example highlights how we need to protect larger areas in a better way. There's no point in cutting off a tiny little game reserve with a fence and saying, now we're going to protect this area. No, we need to look on a much bigger scale.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holiday.
spotted a giraffe off in the distance. It's quite a good spot to actually sit. Just to wrap up on what I was saying, I oversimplified everything there. It's probably a lot more complicated on what really happened ecologically. But the reintroduction of wolves did so much more than just help the trees and all the creatures along the riverbanks. Other predators benefited too, like the grizzlies. The grizzly bears actually depend on berries in order to pile on the pounds for winter, which is so important for their hibernation. And elks also love these sugary little pieces of fruit. So they plundered through the supply when the wolves were not there, when their population was skyrocketing. They plundered through the supply of berries, and there was literally none left for the bears. The bears were impacted. And when the wolves were introduced again, they started hunting elk again. The berries became, well, they were available. They were there. They were much more readily available for the bears. And it's actually scientifically proven that the health of the bears was in decline. And as soon as the berry sort of population flourished, their health increased again. And again, I'm probably oversimplifying that, but I just think it's such a wonderful example to think of that domino effect, literally, from us eradicating wolves. And that's just one small example in one small area. That's not even touching on what might happen in the ocean when the coral reefs are bleached and the coral reef dies, or when we wipe out a specific species of fish, or when we take out too many pelagics. Any example in any areas. They say we're going through an insect-ogeddon right now, where we're wiping out our insects across the world. What about when we lose that tiny species of insect that we didn't even think about before, we could barely even see? It never entered our mind, but what happens if we eradicate it, and lo and behold, it has a domino effect on an ecosystem just like this one we are right now. Our Ellie's popped back out again. Hello, boy. And I think we should always think like that, especially when we are asking those sort of questions. What is the ecological role? Really think that this system is so much more complicated than we could ever begin to imagine. Nature always strives for balance, and just like our bodies always strive for balance, it will always try to find a way for everything to be in balance. But of course, humans have a drastic effect on that, and our world is changing, our climate is changing. So it's harder for these systems to keep in balance. You know all about that, Ellie, don't you? I bet you do. So another question, how many Ellies do you need to keep the system in balance? How many Ellies will it take before the scales are tipped too far? How do we know what that number is? How do we know when they're really causing destruction to when they're just impacting the environment in a good way? How do we know what is the aesthetic carrying capacity versus the actual, real carrying capacity of an ecosystem? How do we know? We can make educated guesses for sure. We're going to stick around this dam, see what else we can find. We're going to send you guys back over to Liam.
And welcome back to Kariega, everybody, where I've tuned into this very sleepy herd of blesbok. They seem to be doing so in very good unison. As if they were at a sort of religious gathering, it seems. All positioned in one position with their heads in position to avoid the pestering blowfly. It's obviously quite a hot day today, so lots of bugs and insects will be about. And so this is how they attempt to keep the bugs at bay. You can see the little termite mounds they seem to be standing over. Those are the little blesbok calves. There's a little head popped up, and they are seeking shelter in the shadow of their mothers, which is also quite nice to see. There's very little shade out in some of these open areas where blesboks prefer to sleep or rest. So little ones are seeking the very little shade there is underneath their parents. It seems to be that's the correct angle for them to stand, the blesbok. The wind keeps on swirling around a bit. It's sometimes from the west, sometimes from the east today. But at the moment it does seem to be coming in from behind us here. So it might offer those blesbok a bit of a side wind to try and blow any of the flies away from their muzzle or their snout. Anything that keeps them at bay. You can just only imagine the nuisance it must be to have those flies constantly at their noses. Yes, hyena mum, it is quite an interesting behavior of these antelope just all standing there. I get the sense that, again, I spoke about it the other day, how they prefer to stand up in this instance and catch a bit of the breeze, whereas if they were to rest, if they were to lie down on the ground, there's an inherently larger amount of heat closer to the ground. Because as the sun's rays beam down and are intersected by the earth, the ground tends to heat up. So it would be probably much cooler to be standing up on their feet. And then for the little ones, because the parents are standing up, or the mother's standing up, a nice little touch of shade to move into is probably quite nice on a day like today. Stand under somebody who so chivalrously holds up the umbrella for you. It's interesting that they haven't actually gone to find a shady tree, because there's lots of shady trees on the edges of these thickets here. So they've chosen to stay in the open, which is I suppose it's got to do with something to do with being a blesbok and inhabiting these vast open grassy plains. They just maybe they don't like the sense of being in a thicket, because for some it might feel a bit too claustrophobic. If you're used to living in vast open plains, you get thrown into a thicket, you feel very uncomfortable. It's like taking somebody who's grown up in the countryside and shoving them into the middle of the biggest, bustliest, busiest city in the world, and seeing how they fare. It would be rather uncomforting, I'd imagine. and the opposite can be true as well. You know, grow up in a bustling big city where people tend to live on top of one another, and then to find open spaces with relatively few. It's one of the big reasons why we escape into nature and go and try and find that bit of calm and open space and bit of room to breathe and recoup from the woes of living in densely populated areas. I certainly fancy myself a rural inhabitant. It's quite challenging after so many good years of living out in some magnificent places to go and live in a place that's too built up. It kind of sticks with you. And we've got to move over to some other resting creatures here. A couple of rhinos in a bit of a wallow. They also like the buffaloes. Couple of buffaloes, couple of rhinos, all lazing away out of the sun. Oh, sorry, in the sun, in a bit of mud to cool down. Yeah, yes. You'd imagine again, you know, there's wonderful thickets just down below in the distance there. There's lovely thickets in the distance beyond these buffalo, and they there's little puddles of water just in those little drainage lines with lots of bits of shade, and you can't wonder, but why doesn't these herds of buffalo move into those nice shady thicket areas? Instead, rather out in the open, blaring sun. Bit of mystery, but anyway. There's our Egyptian geese. One of the two pairs are in constant battle over turf. Should probably come to land somewhere nearby here, I'd imagine. No, and back. Probably next to the buffalo. Oh. So yeah, there's a pair that often are up on this hillside here, in amongst where these eland are hanging out at the moment, and there's a pair closer towards Scotia Waterhole that are always after each other. It's quite amusing. Well, eland back on their feet and on their way somewhere. So Pincus, I'm not entirely sure Egyptian goose would care much for a wagtail. They don't seem to compete much for food or any other resource for that matter, so I don't imagine there would be much reason for Egyptian goose to worry about a Cape wagtail. Some friends enjoying a bit of midday safari out and about on the plains in Kariega. So lovely to share the space with friends. So yeah, I don't think a Cape wagtail and an Egyptian goose would really worry much for each other. Don't imagine a Cape wagtail would want to get too close to a large bird like that any which way, but they certainly do live alongside each other in very similar habitats, being along water. So yeah, you'd probably get them alongside each other. Yeah, so Cape wagtails will move around little water bodies, which they'll go and pick up little bits of insects, and Egyptian geese would rather feed on the herbaceous vegetation growing along the edge of the water. So they're two very different diets, competing for completely, not even competing, making use of entirely different resources.
It's the smell then. It's really not nice. I'm too scared to put it. I'm not putting it in my mouth. Okay, you have to touch it with your tongue. It's not actually that heavy. Ah! Join me. What can I say join?
Okay, shall I come pull you out now?
I'm going home now.
So I was just waiting to see if I could get a little bit of action around this little flower. There's one or two bees that are tending it now, and there was for a moment a little butterfly. So let's maybe give it a bit of time and see what comes the way of the flower. This time of day is very good for, particularly for butterflies. It's always the middle of the day when the environment's at its warmest, that enables a butterfly to move around, actively going from flower to flower. So for many butterfly enthusiasts, you'll find them out and about in the most ludicrous There's a little blue not far out of frame. Are you going to come this way, buddy? That is the question. Of course, butterflies are such very active movers. It would be very, very challenging to try and track one down with the camera. I might actually make you a bit dizzy. It was hard enough trying to do so with a weaver in this tree the other day. Let's just keep on hoping that one of these pretty little creatures will come by. This pretty little flower. Interesting thinking about how we were talking earlier about how grasses have defenses and trees use defense mechanisms against browsers. It's amazing the complex variety of concoctions a tree or a plant is able to produce. Just think about all the plants in the world and the various different complex I don't say alkaloids, but it's the complex chemistry that they create. These different particles that we have so many uses for, and yet also don't know so many. There's so many out there that are yet to be discovered. And then that could revolutionize our understanding and our use of the plant world for various medicines and a great diversity of other applications. And just thinking about those defense chemicals that a tree uses, and then it also produces these wonderful flowers with this beautiful scent. Well, in this instance it probably wouldn't be as much a scent strategy because it's got a beautiful red flower. This of course indicates that it is using visual cues to attract potential pollinators, whereas some flowers which don't have as much color tend to make use of scent to attract pollinators to their flowers. So what you tend to find is very pale flowers often have very strong scents. A great example is jasmine, and that tells you that they usually have, or might often have, nocturnal pollinators. So at a time of day when vision is mostly impaired. So it'd be pointless to have a wonderfly colourful flower like this and attract a pollinator at night, because, well, you can't see the beautiful colours. Well, the colours are only relevant in a lit situation. So pale flowers tend to have a lovely scent to them, and it happens to attract more moths at night. So I encourage you to go out and explore that notion and see what you come up with. If you find a nice flower in your neighborhood, what color is it, and does it smell good, or does it look good? Because it's usually the two traits that flowers use to attract pollinators. Not only those, but I'm sure there are other more complex means of attracting pollinators. So some of you might, some viewers might remember this flower that we were coming to you live with the other day, and you might also remember that just in the distance, just beyond this scotia flower, is this little family of swallows, and I'm going to try and stick with the flower for now, but if the swallows make their appearance, I'll try and zoom into the back. It's a pearl-breasted swallow, and I just had a quick investigation in between segments here, and I poked my nose into the aardvark hole and could see in the distance, deep inside, there is a young little pearl-breasted swallow chick. Of course, the parents didn't like me investigating, so I left them in peace now. But really nice to have seen that they've got a little one in there and raising it. It's just sitting inside there, peering out at this peculiar mammal staring into its hole. And they keep on darting in and out and around this aardvark hole. There you are. So, just in behind the flower, we've got one such swallow. This is one of the parents, one of the adults. And their aardvark hole is just below the bush on top of which they sit. It's so nice to have been able to share this little succession of a swallow and its youngster with you all. Always nice when you've got a full story to tell. It's just highlights a little window into the natural world. It's really quite lovely to be able to see different phases evolving in a story that adds something special to this, what we do. There you are, and there's Mum and Dad. Magic. nice little bit of a warm flower to add in a bit of colour to the scene. So Susan, most definitely yes. There's birds that fly at ground level. There's birds that fly over the Himalayas. So most definitely they fly at different altitudes. That depends on what they're doing at the time. So if they may be feeding, if they're going around from more localized travel, they might be quite lower down. But migrating birds that are making their way north or south, they can get well up into the clouds and above them even. Actually, there's a classic example of vultures that have collided with airplane engines thousands and thousands of feet up in the air, where the air is so thin that we would be gasping. But the vulture flies up into these great altitudes effortlessly to attempt to travel great distances and look for breeding or feeding areas. So yeah, one shouldn't be surprised to be able to be flying high up in a Boeing aircraft and having a vulture or something like maybe a goose. I think the highest recorded altitude for a bird is a type of goose. I'm a little bit dusty here, but it was a type of goose that I came across in India. I think it's the bar-headed goose, which flies over the Himalayas to get to India in its southern migration, and then flies back up over the Himalayas into the lee side of the Himalayas, north of India and the Himalayas for the northern summer. So that's supposed to be one of the highest recorded altitudes for a bird. But these pearl-breasted swallows will for the most part be darting in and about a couple of meters from the ground, where you can hear their little chirps in the back there. They'll be catching up the little aerial insects close to the ground in a zone where everything's a little bit warmer and allows for insect activity to persist. Of course, insects are very much ectothermic, so meaning that they are very dependent on the outside or ambient temperature in order to operate, to function. Whereas a lot of bird or mammalian organisms have a heat-producing mechanism internally, so that they can be independent of the fluctuations in temperature. It's one of the great successes of quote-unquote warm-blooded animals. This is such a lovely flower, this Scotia. Really is just brings such a lovely colour to the day. the fact that it's isolated so nicely on this little branch makes it pop even more. I mean, most of these branches and the lower reaches of the scotia tree are going to be fairly bare. That's because of the excessive browsing of giraffe. It's what creates these beautifully formed scotia trees here on the plains in Kariega. It's the excessive browsing of giraffes on them. You can find it in the Kruger and the likes of Djuma, I'm sure, with the knobthorn tree. If they are in Djuma, I'm not too sure. The knobthorn is a type of acacia which forms these hourglass shapes, where there's good numbers of giraffe in the Kruger, and where those knobthorn trees exist, and they grow tall above the heads of giraffes. The giraffes still like to browse on them, so you get these really interestingly manicured figure of 8-shaped acacia trees. And again, also that feeding nature of the giraffes. Wonder who next to visit this pretty little scotia flower. So Hilary asks what gives flowers these beautiful vibrant colors. So I believe that one of the types of pigment, and I could stand to be corrected, it's usually associated with carotenoids, which is a type of pigment within the warmer spectrum of colors. So different combinations of these carotenoid type pigments that exist within. I'll double check for you which ones produce the red color, but I'm not too sure what would be producing a red color in this particular scotia tree. I have to look that one up for you. But I'm sure there's lots of different pigments that produce different colors. I know that in the Turaccos there's a particularly unique pigment that is found in the Turaccos, and it produces the red or the green color in their feathers. And one is called Turacin, which is the red, and the other is Turaco Verdin, which is the green. And these are particularly the green one, it's quite a unique pigment to the Turaccos, because it's an actual green color, whereas many other birds, that green is rather a little bit of a, what do you call it, a visual trick, where it looks like it's green, but it's actually bits of yellow and black together that at a certain distance makes it look green. So interesting how different colors can come to be. So just a bit of research there. So carotenoids are the most common or more common pigment that is found, and it produces the yellows, oranges, and reds. But there's another fairly common one that is known as anthocyanins. Sorry, it's another type of pigment that you can get in flowers. But yeah, carotenoids are the fairly common, widespread color pigments in flowers. So a classic example of that visual trick of birds producing green color. So obviously a plant produces green, it's chlorophyll, because it's a particular type of substance that absorbs sunlight, and they convert it into energy. So it's an actual green that we see, as is this terracin, Terrassa verdin. But in something called a green pigeon, it's a common fruit-eating bird or pigeon that you get in Africa and Asia. If you look at its feathers under a microscope, you're able to see little bits of yellow and black, and with that, the way it's mosaicked against each other and then taken out and looked at from a distance, it gives the remarkable effect of it looking green, which I find an amazing little bit of trickery. A nice bit of bee activity here at the Scotia flower now, and what we're seeing is mostly honeybees, the occasional little fly over there at the tip of the branch. There's otherwise mostly honeybees. Now, it's interesting, bees are a fascinating and crucially important insect of the world. We are to be most grateful for their existence in the world, and we depend on them so much for so many different foods that land up on our plates. But we seem to pay a lot of attention to the honeybee. Of course, it produces honey, and it's a wonderfully tasty treat, and for good reason. It's a wonderful sweet treat, honey. But when it comes to pollinators, there's a myriad of different bee species that are not the honeybee that are actually probably pollinate far more species than the honeybee. So it's when we talk about preserving the bee, we really also need to be worried about the other species of bee. So Kelly, I actually had a similar question not long ago. Well, they have a certain amount of pollen, or sorry, nectar, and with that, they won't. It would really be limited as the size of the flower. So if there's a bee inside there and it's getting nectar, then it's another bee won't be able to get in there and just have to move to the next flower, really. So yeah, they'll produce nectar so long as it's got a flower there. And so yeah, I don't know if there'll be a limit to the number of bees that would attend to that flower. Yeah, I wonder if that answers the question. So whilst I keep on coming to you live with this lovely little Scotia flower, let's go and have a look and see what's happening at Okokoyo Waterhole.
So the zebra and gemsbok are just off to the distance over there. Some other zebra have come through though, so we are just waiting to see where everyone is and who else will be coming to join us. But we've had lots of action. It really has been very, very awesome watching the different animals come through. And we've been averaging around 3 at the same time for the majority of the morning, so it's quite cool. But always great to see. And we haven't really had many action or much action of the gemsbok in the water yet today. Interesting to see. I do think that possibly because of the wind we had earlier, and of course this overcast kind of condition that is coming through. It was rather cloudy this morning, and then it did clear up again. Definitely getting thicker again. So what that means for this afternoon, who knows? But awesome just to have all the life that is with us right now anyway. Hi, Original Craig, and that is an awesome observation to make because it will also be area specific. So here, at least we would assume that it is the springbok and the zebra, but of course we have large migrations of wildebeest that do occur throughout the continent. So of course wildebeest are also animals that are known to obviously occur in large numbers. Of course, across in Kenya, great migration there. Zebra also then migrates around seasonally with them there too, as well as them migrating in Botswana in 2 areas, as well as here in Etosha. But wildebeest, for me, definitely take the cake. There's another really big migration that does happen in South Sudan with the kob, and that is also really large numbers. And gazelle as well in East Africa are also found in high numbers too. So not anything like the wildebeest that migrate across in East Africa. So for me, it has to be the wildebeest and possibly the kob I mentioned earlier. And then the wildebeest, or not the wildebeest, the zebra that then migrate in certain areas as well. But there's a second wildebeest migration that does occur across in Zambia, and it was also a very large migration that does happen there too. For me, wildebeest, and then I'll go with probably the cob, then the zebra as my top three. Lovely to get some of the wildebeest now coming through. It was almost as if we'd summoned them in. Great to get that. And clearly the Gemsbok have got the memo right now and have also decided to wade on in. So lovely scenes unfolding. Some of the zebra also getting a bit deeper into the water. So we're going to zoom in a little bit. The wind fortunately is playing ball with us right now. And that is clearly very fortunate. So it's fantastic that we have all of these wildebeest, the zebra and the Gemsbok here. So I don't know what just happened there. Let me just zoom back out. But for those of you who have joined us, please do remember that this is a live and interactive experience and it is your journey into the African wilderness with us. So please do send through your questions and your comments. If you have anything interesting you want us to chat about or you want us to further your knowledge with, we'll definitely give you the best answers we can. But yeah, if there's anything you want to know and if there's any conversation you want us to further, please do let us know. It's fantastic when we do get to interact with you. It's always nice to know what you guys also find interesting as well. Quite a cool scene here. Always interesting watching that kind of the different color palette that now comes through with obviously the wildebeest, the zebra and the oryx that are around, as well as the little springbok that are milling about too. And just how that kind of dynamic changes obviously with the different colors that are present when the different animals are around with us.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
So our wildebeest are kind of heading off, but there's a good gathering of gemsbok just to the top of us, and I'm waiting to see if they come down and join us at the water now as well, because it'll be lovely to get some close-ups of them. I'm also just going to scoot across further left and just kind of watch as the zebra and the remaining wildebeest kind of do move off. And we still do have our 3 springbok right in front of us. So a nice scene that is here with those at the moment. And hopefully we will get that little group of gemsbok coming down to join us now as well. Sorry, Susanna, I think your question was a keystone species up here in Okakuyo. So the keystone species we do get here, of course, are the white ghosts of Etosha, the elephants, as well as the black rhinos and lions, being the 3 keystones or core keystone species up here, at least in Okakuyo. So for those of you who want to know obviously what a keystone species would be, it's an organism or an animal that helps define the entire ecosystem of an area. So those keystone species that I just alluded to would probably be the main ones, at least up here, because elephants are also known as the gardeners of the bush and do wonderful things, obviously, when they occur in the correct numbers. Of course, with anything, there's also an ecological carrying capacity in areas, and of course, the swelling of any number of animals does bring about adverse conditions to that environment, and is something that is closely monitored within any of the game reserves or wild areas where we do obviously have remaining wildlife as well, and obviously management then and thereof species and animals that are found within there is crucial, so we don't have swelling in that. But that's also why beautiful things like natural selection and that, so things like drought and flooding, do help assist with keeping those numbers in check as well. So there's always an ebb and flow. I suppose to some degree, if the hyena numbers were also high, they would also be considered keystone species, but lions being top in terms of the predator hierarchy, them taking the cake. So effectively, we also have 3 types of keystone species. So it is also the predators, as I just mentioned. Of course, the ellies I mentioned first, with regards to them being the gardeners of the bush, them being ecosystem engineers. And you also get the mutualists. So with regard to that, that'll probably be bees and that are found in the area helping to pollinate the vegetation. So bees then being the other keystone species that would then be found here. But very different to the mammals that we mentioned. Of course, them being bees, they are pollinators and insects as well. Hi Trish, yes, so anything that will make up an ecosystem, has the ability then to become a keystone species in that area or in that little biome or ecosystem that they are found in. So even things like starfish, you did just mention certain plants, we've just touched on bees, Of course, the bigger things such as elephants, predators like lions, and even what Lauren was talking about, predators such as wolves. So it does depend on the area in the world we are, and of course those ecosystems where they're found, the different biomes, the things that are obviously within that area of study, or that we'd be looking at as well. But it is also then closely linked to what I was just talking about, the ECC, the ecological carrying capacity of an area or park, ecosystem, reserve, wilderness area, any of those. That also then dictates as to how the numbers of those need to be managed, or what needs to be looked at as well within that area. Always awesome listening to that zebra bray. Of course, we've had a number of them through here. We're still waiting to see if these Gemsbok are going to push on down to us. Good numbers of springbok with us right now. Lots of them wading through the water. And some wildebeest still hanging about as well. Quickie, and that's a very interesting question, because giraffe obviously specifically engineered and adapted to the way that they do drink, because their necks are actually shorter than their legs. So to wade in for a giraffe would also mean that that body of water would have to be rather large and fairly deep, because giraffe obviously the tallest terrestrial mammals in the world. So you would require at least the water being around 2 to 3.5 odd meters deep, at least, for that to happen for a giraffe. And it doesn't mean to say that giraffe won't cross water sources to get to other sides, such as rivers, but they definitely are specifically engineered, and they've evolved specifically for their method of drinking. Having that high blood pressure and then being able to stop that as well. So clearly designed for their style and method of drinking. Much like all animals are designed for the way that they eat and drink. So some of these springbok, for example, not needing as much water as, say, some of the other animals around. The zebra, for example, even the wildebeest don't need much water, and neither would the gemsbok, for example. Being able to derive that moisture out of the food that they eat. Giraffe also are able to derive moisture from the leaves and that they do eat from the Senegalia species, now Senegalia, old acacia species, that they do eat. So it just really does come down to the genetic, or the engineering really, and that evolutionary process of how those animals have then come down many years of refinement for that exact purpose. So a couple of wading springbok and still awaiting the approach of those gemsbok. I'm going to just zoom out a little bit. But great to see these gemsbok, or these springbok, wading in and about with us. There's a number of other species that have come down, but are slowly making their way away from the water source. So really just enjoying the sights and sounds here at Okakuya right now. Lots of wading. Springbok, of course, the wildebeest have decided to hang around and just graze through the concrete that is around. And we're waiting ever patiently for those gemsbok to hopefully make their way down to the water's edge. But a lovely scene, and lovely just to have all of these animals in the foreground at the moment. Quite a special sight. Hi Matt, and generally because the predators are far more active at night and in the evenings, that's generally why we don't really see too many of them. We do see the jackals quite often throughout the day, or on a day-to-day basis, although I don't know what has been seen over the last bit, but at least when I was last on, there were a number of jackals, and then again in the evenings is when we normally pick up the lions. But I know that Lisa has also picked up lions during the course of the day as well. So it will come down to weather and also, if they are in the area or not. But there's a healthy population of lions here in Etosha as well. Good cheetah numbers, spotted hyena, and leopard in areas as well. So they definitely are in and around. It possibly just got to do with the heat. And of course, with it being quite open, you don't exactly want to be a predator that's seen by your prey all the time either. So it does make sense to kind of use the cover of night to get about and then get up to your hunting at those times. So quite cool just to pick up on all the action that is going on. Lots of milling about still at the moment. Nice to just pick up all those Cape Crows, a couple of lapwings as well. This morning doves I mentioned earlier too. Hi Hillary, and like with removing the wolves out of Yellowstone, like Lauren was mentioning, that obviously did cause a number of issues, and it might take some time for those issues to become present or prevalent, or even start to show up when the removal of a keystone species does happen. But there are obviously knock-on effects, and that lag then afterwards can change up quite substantially. But if you remove things like bees out of an area, we would notice that pretty quickly, because the plants wouldn't pollinate nearly as efficiently, and we would probably start to see that within a cycle. So it might depend on the keystone species that would be removed as to how long that lag effect might take. But most definitely there will be a knock-on effect, and that would not be positive. And on cue, here comes one of our keystone species. Lovely to get first Ellie for the day in here. I'm going to just zoom out. I'm assuming going straight towards the fresh water. Hopefully while he is here, although I think this Ellie probably will have his back towards us. Not the biggest of the Ellies that are around in the area either, but this probably is a precursor perhaps for others to come join us, as well as those black-faced impala that are in the background too. So, one of the younger bulls in the area, but lovely to have one of the Ellies through for us anyway. Always relaxing scenes when we have elephants with us. A little kudu there on the left hand side as well, a young kudu cow it seems, and of course our black-faced impala on the other side of the water. So it looks like our Ellie's going to slowly start heading off. As I said, not the biggest of the Ellie bulls around here, and actually one of the few Ellie bulls that we will see with some hair on its tail. And as you can see, here comes a far bigger bull. Also, not too much hair on its tail. So something that I've just noticed, of course, in the area, I say it all the time, the Ellies, and at least the Ellie bulls, don't have much hair on their tails. You can just see how much bigger this Ellie bull is here on the right hand side in comparison to the younger one that came through first. So just have a look at him. Lovely body size, very rotund, perhaps going to get ready for a spray, but really impressive in size. His tusks also far bigger in diameter as well. a third bull as well. So let's just have a look at these two. The bigger of the bunch. And it looks like this one here on the right is possibly the biggest. It seems to be the tallest as well. But really impressive bulls. Yeah, of course the younger one also probably taking an opportunity and time to learn many of the early tricks and etiquette that he will need to establish himself later on once he matures. Really impressive. I'm just going to come out here so we can see all three. But to me, the bull on the right hand side, or far furthest right, is the biggest of the bunch. And perhaps then the most dominant of the three. Justice, you're so right. It's always awesome to sit back and just enjoy their presence, as well as listening to them drink, perhaps the odd stomach rumble, or any of the other vocalizations that might get made.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for two at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
So always cool spending time here with our Ellies. So as I was saying, really awesome watching elephants and spending time with them. But let us head back over to Djuma. There's some interesting interactions going on there. So sadly, this might have ended at the moment, but these two waterbuck bulls were kind of getting into some interesting postures, with both kind of circling around each other, almost testing and sizing each other up. The one here on the right is far bigger though than the one on the left. The one on the left also seems to be missing a little bit of its tail, but safe to say that the more dominant of the males, this one here on the right, definitely took the prize there. But very interesting. So what they will do is obviously size each other up. Isn't really a set rut for waterbuck anyway. So that male on the left possibly just wanting to size himself up, see if he was a worthy contender perhaps for the throne of the waterbuck. But definitely falling short in that regard. And this other bigger bull, really, as I said, taking the cake and not too bothered by the presence of that younger bull. So realizing that he was the bigger of the two, and the younger, smaller one also realizing that that was the case. You're not really going to take on something that is more formidable than yourself, and perhaps biding his time for now until being able to challenge. But a really lovely and impressive waterbuck bull here on the right. Let's just have a look at him, because he really is something else. Really in good condition as well. You can just see that sheen on his coat too. Of course, they do have the ability and those glands where they do then spread that grease onto themselves so they can go into the water. But the waterbuck here right now in really good condition. Sorry, Maxine, I just need to get your comms through again. So, Maxine, the horn size doesn't necessarily mean that they are smaller in body size. Sometimes you actually get individuals with a far smaller body size and bigger horns as well. So, it will just depend on the lineage and the genetics of that particular individual. But it is safe to say that there is some form of correlation between body size and horns as well. So you will generally find that those animals that have a bigger body size, that kind of will lead to impressive horn structures, maybe not necessarily the longest, but sometimes wider in diameter or in width, and perhaps more solid in their build. Perhaps more lethal too. So it obviously does depend on the bull. Of course, things like body size and structure will also aid in that, because you will need strength. And not just the size of your horns, but also the strength and size of your body to be able to maintain your dominance as well. A little puff back calling as well, but really awesome just sitting and watching our waterbuck bull here. Very impressive facial markings as well. So just about all of the antelope that we have viewed today all have that impressive facial markings that we have seen here. So very, very cool. Nice to note them on all of them. Also a little rufous brown color to the top of his skull there, just on his horn base. So nice to just see that as well, the different colorations and that will come through. So also just pick up the audio there of the red-billed oxpeckers. I'm going to just zoom out again though, try to pick up where that other bull went. They're clearly moving off, having lost the posturing battle. Quite a cool scene nonetheless. Two bulls here. You can clearly see one on the right, far bigger in both body size and in horns, with its horns. So it looks like the action has kind of petered out here. Perhaps something else will transpire between the two of these guys later on, and we will come and join them then. But in the meantime, let us head back to see what our Ellies are up to across in Ukukuyo. So back again, very different scenes here. But very awesome to be able to spend some time with elephants. So I do think we're going to get a little bit of a splish and splash going on. See obviously the zebra off in the distance now, slowly starting to make their way through. Some more oryx coming through as well. Everyone kind of giving the Ellies the fair amount of space as usual. But quite a cool scene. So I'm just hoping for some splashing and then we can have a look. So always cool watching our Ellies as they go about their business. And as we thought, a little bit of a splash. Kind of getting that sunscreen on for the afternoon. And interesting that those gemsbok are literally right in front of those Ellie bulls, not bothered at all by them. So quite cool just to watch the dynamics and what might unfold. Hi Zane, yes. Well, I'm not too sure when last you guys did see them, but it's fantastic that we do have the Ellies with us again. Always awesome spending time with them, and special these bulls as well. Two really big and impressive ones, and one a little bit smaller. Definitely getting into the stride of adulthood, but always awesome to get to spend some time and relax with elephants. ITC. So it's mostly just elephants really throwing their weight around and imposing their status on any antelope or that. So if anything, they do chase them off. And we do see it every now and then when they do come down, if there are antelope or other herbivores or that might be drinking in the water, and the eddies do kind of shoo them off. But not necessarily full-blown. Not necessarily full-blown contact or conflict itself, because the antelope and the herbivores are obviously far smaller than those ellies, and it really wouldn't make sense to test their patience. But things like buffalo and even rhino definitely far more likely to have more of a full-scale conflict with the elephant from there. So and that definitely does occur as well, and it's not unheard of for a rhino to lose its life because of an elephant. And a buffalo here and there. Perhaps even a hippo sometimes as well. Does depend on the amount of water and if there's perhaps a drought in the area and what area we would be in. But ellies definitely are the kings of the bush as well as the waterholes. They command and commandeer the resource for themselves. So awesome getting to see a little bit of the front on of the ellies. Looks like this one is going to maybe start to move around. The others splashing around. Definitely getting that sunscreen put on themselves right now. So a little bit of SPF Mud 50. And then I'm sure they might head off into the Mopani. It's a very peaceful scene at the moment. Lovely to have those zebra across there. Of course, just enjoying our ellie bulls as they cover themselves in some water and mud. Lovely to have them all around. Good numbers throughout. Of course, so far so lovely to have all this action. Really fantastic. Hi, nature hugger, and no, males' tusks are generally far bigger than the females' tusks. The males are also comparatively bigger in size too. So although the females are the matriarchs and control the breeding herds, the bulls are a lot bigger in both body size and both in their tusks as well. So far wider in diameter generally. As you can see, that bull on the right hand side, very wide diameter on his tongue, on his tusks. And that base between the trunk as well, far wider. They also do have a separate, different kind of structure to their foreheads as well. Difference between males and females. And males, as I said, the bulls up to around 6 to 8 tons, although it's generally around 6 or so and upwards. So substantially bigger than the cows. Doesn't mean to say they don't get cows that have very long or big tusks as well. And of course you do get cows that are very big as well in terms of their size and body makeup, but males and bulls definitely far bigger than the females.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
So we're still here with our Ellie bulls. They definitely are treating us to an awesome time. Lots of zebra as well in the background, some oryx, and of course the ever-present springbok with us too. I do just want to have a little scan to the left-hand side, and then we'll come back and enjoy our Ellie presence. I do think they are going to slowly start moving off. It does seem that the other bull has started to push on already. Perhaps there'll be a little bit of a rest session before they do head off, but that remains to be seen. We'll just have to play it by ear and see where they want to move to. So it does look like these bulls are taking the opportunity to rest up. Perhaps we'll see them dust bathing just now as well. You can clearly see the one bull in the front using that tusk to rest its trunk. Of course, these other two also just taking the opportunity to just take it easy, it seems. So quite flaccid trunks and just standing still. So we have been really blessed to sit here and enjoy our Ellie bulls. It does look like as they are probably going to start to move on off after a rest, but it is time for us also check in again with Liam and see what's going on down in Kariega.
Yeah, seems like there's lots of wonderful fun going on down in Okokoyo. Really nice to hear. It's been relatively quiet on the Kariega front, but these few blesbok have made an appearance, and they've started grazing on these nice short grassy sections. Nice and tasty grazy. And just moments ago, this little blesbok lamb was making some friends with Egyptian geese. Much to this Egyptian goose's disamusement, the little calf wanted to play with the goose. He's looking for a playmate. You can see he's still looking around, trying to test to see who else might be out there. Is the goose willing to partake in a bit of play, little friend? I wonder. Go on, give it a try. Nah. Goose weren't as obliging as maybe some warthogs or another blesbok. These eland have stuck it out to where they are as they stand in the last few hours. Again, just catching a bit of midday breeze. Oh, hey, I didn't even see the little warthog in the lower half of the screen. Hey, nice one. He's been enjoying a little bit of wallow time down there. There's a little wallow just out of screen. You can see where the warthog is, and and just trying to get a little bit of scratch in there on the edge of the wallow. Oh yeah, that's the spot, hey? Yeah, it still hasn't quite got its full of mud wallow and scratch. You can just imagine how lovely it must feel to get in there and just really get into those sticky spots that you can't usually. And what a better way to do it with a nice muddy wallow. Look at this. Is that not the happiest creature in the world? I do believe there's another one in there. Here you are. Also getting a good old scratch in. There are few creatures that exude the amounts of joy that I think come from a warthog in a wallow. It's as if they're having the best time an animal could have. You can see the little head just pop up every now and then, a little kick of joy. Oh yeah, getting into the good spots. Oh. It's a pig's life here in Kariega. And the fun doesn't stop. Is that not just the coolest thing? I'd love to hear, folks, any comments on these wonderfully wallowing warthogs. Oh, really getting into all the hard to reach places this afternoon. Happy as a pig in poo. There's a couple of giraffes in the background, also browsing along the edge. Be quite a lot warmer down there in the valley, I suppose, with you know, the effect of all the heat accumulating in the bowl there. Less exposed to this lovely fresh ocean breeze. So, Greg, yeah, certainly waterholes are also quite fine for a bit of wallow, as long as there's nice access to the waterhole. Then yeah, not a worry at all. I do wonder though the differences between wallowing in, say, the likes of a river, which might have less sticky, gooey sediment that would stick to them. So I think part of their enjoyment is the mud that comes with wallowing. So if it doesn't have the right amount of mud, regardless of waterhole, then I think they'll move on to one with a bit more sticky mud. That's because many of the parasites that they're trying to remove are removed a bit easier with the mud, the grit that gets in between, and so when you go off then to find the side of that wallow, for example, as you saw now, or in some instances it's a little tree stump or a termite mound to go and rub yourself up against, and that helps in dislodging those parasites, and then also it doubles as an exfoliator, so it's a way in which an animal gets clean. Of course, there is an accumulation of dead skin, and dead skin is what really attracts many different parasites and creatures on the surface of the skin. So moving to a nice place where you can scrape that mud off helps tremendously. And then also the cooling effect. Water on the body is lovely, it's nice and refreshing, but it evaporates off the body quite a lot quicker than mud. Mud tends to evaporate slowly because it holds the moisture on the surface of the skin for a longer period of time, and thus gradually releases heat and cools, and so cools for probably a longer period of time. Hey, one thing is for sure, that little mud wallow certainly gave them a little bit of gees there, a little bit of fun in their step. So I wonder if it's not the same warthogs that were around the other day. We had on the nice cool overcast day it was, 3 kind of sub-adult warthogs about the size of these two, and they were up and down and in between the blesbok, chasing each other around, and in fact putting these mother blesboks on a bit of edge. But at the same time, the little ones were kind of getting involved in the mock chasing. So it was really quite nice again to see how these blesbok were getting in a little bit of fun with another creature. Yeah, we've had it with impalas and warthogs. So it seems as though the blesbok is quite a well integrated species. Got no problem interacting with others. I'm going to slowly pan over and see what else is happening on the rest of the plains. And gazing across the plains, just to have a look here and see what else we can find. We've got a lonely little blesbok. What are you doing there all alone by yourself, little one? Most bizarre. So there's a herd. There's a herd to the left and there's a couple to the right. And there's another one approaching with its calf. In a moment you'll see it enter the screen now. That looks like quite a new calf, that little one. Well, that's quite a nice sight to see. Lovely little newborn. So, sticking with the theme of little things, let's go and see what Lauren has found for us over in Madikwe.
I thought I'd put a bit of a spin on things since we have been looking at glorious elephants all day in Madikwe. They have been non-stop. But I'm going to put a little bit of a spin on what Alex was talking about earlier. I like to play devil's advocate. And it is regarding a wonderful paper I read on the focal species concept. It is windy, sorry about this, but we're trying to give you a view of beautiful beetles that are mating. Now, the focal species are keystone, indicator, flagship, umbrella, and charismatic. Those are the 5 sort of terms that we use to describe different focal species. Okay, now this paper dives into the charismatic species. Technically, what we are looking at right now, these gorgeous beetles that are reproducing, are not generally known to be charismatic animals. Here they are. But what are we actually trying to say here when we're saying charismatic animals? Because the term charisma really doesn't fit into a research domain. It doesn't really fit into ecology or conservation biology. And it's actually been borrowed from Latin. And what the definition in the Latin vocabulary is a divinely conferred power or talent. But in popular language today, we sort of use it to mean compelling attractiveness or charm that can inspire devotion in others. So basically, when we use it, we are referring to someone that is very charismatic in our eyes, attractiveness for whatever reason. Now, we're all attracted to different people. It's very subjective. I happen to think Jason Momoa is a babe, but maybe many of you don't. And that's just subjective. That's just our own perceptions, right? And our own perceptions are very, very important. But charismatic was first used in conservation literature long ago with regards to animals that are perceived by some people as beautiful. And the WWF is a good example of that. They chose the panda logo. It's a really lovely logo. Everybody knows it. It's global, black and white, striking. But they chose the panda to represent their entire organization because it's charismatic. Okay, but at the end of the day, does the word charismatic really fit into biology if it is so subjective at the end of the day? I find these beetles really charismatic. I think they're great. I think they're beautiful, they're sexy, they're epic at what they do, but not everybody does. So if I think they're charismatic and you don't, where does that leave us? Now this paper, I hate to say it, boils down to these sort of words that we use, the focal species, keystone, indicator, flagship, umbrella, and charismatic, are nothing more than buzzwords. What are we actually saying when we say, that's a keystone species? The definition, and I wrote it down for you all, is a species having impacts on many others, often far beyond what might have been expected from a consideration of their biomass or abundance. Doesn't every species have an impact on others? Who are we to determine, that's a keystone species, but that is not? I know that is doing that for the environment, but this species is doing nothing. Are we really that in tune with the natural world and up to date with the natural world that we can say that? Now, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm just playing the devil's advocate, because the more research I do, especially on this paper, it's a fantastic paper, made me realize they are just buzzwords. What are we trying to really say? Humans love to fit things in boxes. Humans love buzzwords. We love to categorize things. Oh, poor beetles are having a bit of a rough time there reproducing. But the terms are completely subject to debate. All of these 5 terms that I've just mentioned, and it is sort of noted that the charismatic species, that's the least defined of all. The other 4 have got certain definitions turned to them. And there are so many overlaps that it kind of deems the words a little bit useless. Let me give you an example. An indicator species can't be a flagship, but a keystone species often acts as an umbrella. So we're using these words as conservation tools. Don't you think it's a bit higgledy-piggledy for us to actually say these words when they're completely subjective, when they overlap, when they can easily be misused, and they're not really strictly exclusive? So I personally, the more research I have done, definitely feel that maybe they are just buzzwords after all. Maybe we need to be careful how we're terming these things, just because that's how we look at the natural world. But I regularly say there's a new concept now called think like a mountain. Think like the mountain. Ecology is not a science. It is not A plus B equals C. It's a poetic science. It takes so many things into consideration than we would actually realize. It's not so simple of just looking at population management and, oh, there's that number of animals, carrying capacity like I touched on earlier regarding the elephants. It's really not that simple, and that's where the think like a mountain concept comes from. I mean, ecology takes into consideration time, movements, rhythms, sounds, the invisible, the barely audible, the barely detectable. That's ecology. So when it comes to these buzzwords, yes, maybe it means we get our point across, but really, I think we need to think about what we're trying to say. And this paper is actually called, What are the Charismatic Species for Conservation Biologists? Charismatic is the worst phrase, but how do we determine that one animal is more charismatic than the other? Yes, we're more drawn to elephants than we are to these beetles, but that doesn't mean that the elephants are more charismatic than the beetles. So when we say these words, we need to be really careful what it is we're actually trying to say. And I have to say that the more I read about this, I do tend to think that they are just buzzwords. You can let me know what you think. I know that Alex was talking about keystone species, but I thought I would just throw it on his head a little bit there. These definitions all are intertwined, they all overlap. They've all just appeared, but what is it really that we're trying to say? And the most popular word that is used in most articles on the web of science is indicator. Indicator species by a tenfold. And the top sort of species that were listed as charismatic, which is different, the meaning is different from keystone, is pandas, polar bears, wolves, and tigers. They are the most represented organisms. And then sort of second to that is dolphins, whales, apes, and many of the big African savanna mammals. And it's great, we love them, they're beautiful, but I think when we are trying to break down an ecosystem, just building on that interconnected sort of theme, I think we can't rank them based on our perceptions, based on our assumptions, that this organism does more for the ecosystem or has a bigger impact than this organism. I think we would be fooled to think that way. And that's what these buzzwords have made us do. We're learning a little bit more about ecology and what it takes, like I just mentioned. Think like a mountain. Got to dig deeper to see what is really at work. And the wolves were a great example of that. And that's when we really have to break these buzzwords down and say, what is it we're actually trying to say? It's an intense debate, so don't get me wrong, you're welcome to disagree with me. I think just after my research, I think I am more on the fence of realizing that they are just buzzwords. I've used them in the past, absolutely. But the more I sort of dig deeper into the concept of thinking like a mountain and interconnectedness and the tapestries of life, I realize that we try to visualize the ecosystem visually, if that makes sense. Because that's who we are. We're visual beings, and we try to map out the ecosystem as far as we can see it. And that's why when you're learning in school or whatever, you draw these spider webs in ecology. This links to this, and this links to this, and this is a keystone, and this is an umbrella, and da 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 da. But the more I actually learn about it, the more I'm like, wow, it's not really the correct way to look at an ecosystem. So send me in your thoughts. I want to hear what you got to say about all of that. And of course, as always, you're welcome to disagree with me. And these little beetles are just doing their thing. But I know for a fact not many will find them charismatic. Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this. Poor insects are just getting blown about in the wind here. It's so nice to stop and look at the small things. And I always say Insectageddon is upon us. I obviously don't know that, but that's what much research is saying, that the insect populations are being decimated. And I feel that when I drive around, I see a lot less insects in summer. A lot less insects smashing into my face, on our windscreen, in our bedroom. But I don't know if that is sort of, you know, rose-tinted glasses syndrome, where you look back and you think, oh, back then it was so much better, and back then it was so much bigger, and we had it so good then. It's a syndrome that we all suffer from. I feel like there are less insects. Just trying to scan around and see if we see any more insects that are static. Okay. As we bumble on, we're going to send you guys over to Liam and his little bliss box.
So I've stuck it out with this particular female blissbok who seems to have a newborn with her. So that's quite exciting. You can see how this little one is moving around with a little bit of a wobbly gait. Oh dear, I do hope they stick around because we're running out of a frame here. Impeccable timing.
So we'll be back again with Liam again shortly, but we are still here with some of our resting elephant bulls, and they really have taken the opportunity just to sit back and relax. So lovely to see. It's always interesting watching elephants sleep because you do get to see that kind of trunk on tusk kind of resting up. It really is quite special when you've seen them just coming out of splashing themselves and then really just switching right off, resting those trunks, taking it very, very easy from here on out. But very cool to see, and always lovely watching big bull elephants. So very pleasant scenes indeed with our resting bull ellies. Lovely to see them. Of course, we've still got our springbok that are milling about and kind of making their way to and from the waterhole itself. But always interesting and fun watching how these ellies literally can switch right off. Couldn't care a fig about what else is going on around them. Kind of just taking it in at peace. It does seem like some life is being stirred into our Ellie bulls at the moment. Perhaps back to the water before heading back out. It clearly is getting rather hot, but you can just see it's very loose, flaccid trunks against the ground. And obviously just resting up, taking in whatever they need to. Almost like solar batteries, big round solar batteries for the moment before they head off to go and feed again. As I thought, perhaps going into the water here. So we're just going to scoot across and then see what these eddies are doing. Hi BJ, what you just saw there now was elephants sleeping, and they were indeed standing. Although ellies do sleep on their sides as well, but it's more common to see these bigger individuals standing up and resting and sleeping than on their sides. Although it's not uncommon, it does happen that you do see the big bulls as well lying on their sides. But when they do kind of mature and once they are at their biggest, you generally only see them when they are standing upright and resting. Much like this one that is behind. This looks like that Ellie is back to sleep again. I think we're probably going to get a last drink before they do head off. But more often than not, Ellies do stand and sleep, although it's not uncommon for them to be on their sides, generally in the shade, when they are on their sides and sleeping. Hi Hannah. So generally it is safe for ellies to sleep anywhere they feel. Of course, probably not too safe to sleep near humans, because humans are the ellies' biggest threat really in the wild, in particular poachers and hunters. So for ellies, whether they rest up in the open, by a waterhole, in a thicket, it is really up to them. There isn't much that is going to bother an elephant. There are obviously areas where younger ellies are seen as a food source for lions. So across in Botswana and into Zim, in some areas of Zambia as well, there are documented prides that do take smaller ellies. But those small ellies obviously generally found within a breeding herd, and enough numbers for them to be safe. Of course, then capitalize on an opportunity to rest should they feel like it. But big ellies such as these, they would be able to rest up wherever they pleased. So it looks like the Ellies are definitely taking the opportunity just to rest up again. Looks like that younger bull has obviously come back to join them. And the other one enjoying a bit of a drink. So it looks like our Ellies are going to take the opportunity to rest. But across in Djuma, some interesting behavior going on there. And it's time for us to head in and go and see what is transpiring. So we are here in Djuma and currently have 3 males. So there's 2 in frame right now, but 3 Inyala males doing that Inyala dance. You can see those hackles up, eyes face down towards the ground, horns pointed forward, just sizing each other up really at the moment. Just want to see where the third one got to. Okay, so he's out of dance mode, but these 2 are definitely checking each other out, seeing who is more dominant of the pair. And you will also notice just on this one here that is facing us towards the left of us. It's got some debris on his horn, some mud that he would have caked himself with. One on the right hand side also seems to possibly have that as well. Really not so much. So it is thought that they will cake their horns, make them look far bigger, more substantial, perhaps wider, even longer, taller. These bulls are definitely having a little go of it. And they generally try to avoid engaging in using their horns and that together, although it does happen. But this sizing up happens first. They then kind of gauge who is the bigger of the bulls before having to then, lock horns and chase each other off. It's really one of the more special dances that we do get in the bush and wilderness, the Inyala bull dance. And you can see these 2 clearly sizing each other up. And they do look to be pretty evenly matched. So they seem to be pretty evenly matched. And we're just going to keep a gauge on it. Although it seems that the one on the right hand side displaying a little bit more intensely, perhaps a little bit more dominant than the one on the left hand side, but remains to be seen. It's a very careful and kind of peculiar way of sizing each other up. Always awesome to see, and they always do have their eyes focused on the ground, kind of just keeping an eye on the other just out the side of their eye, so heads always face pointed down and forward like that. Of course, the hackles then raising up. And it looks like the bull on the left now has also increased his intensity too. Really just something awesome to watch. Hi Kennedy, if I do zoom out, there was an Inyala U that was right here. Just don't want to get a car in here because I did just hear that. Looks like someone is going to approach. There was a U that was right here, and they are far smaller. We got a guest appearance there. So what will these Inyala get up to? So it looks like that might have disturbed the two Inyala. And it is possibly time for us to head over and see what our Ellies are up to. It doesn't look like these Inyala are going to get on with anything more. So let us go and check in with our elephants. So the Ellie bulls clearly enjoying a bit of a rest. So just heading out with our Ellies. Not too much action going on with them. It looks like siesta time for the elephants here in Okakuyo. I just want to have a little scan around here so we haven't missed anyone else that might have snuck through. However, it is time for us just to have a look. Basically spend our remaining attention with these Ellies. A couple of oryx just off to the top. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens now. So lovely and peaceful here in Okakuyo. So really awesome and really cool just to be able to sit here with our Ellies while they relax out. But for those of you who obviously have joined us and perhaps might have missed out on some of the happenings throughout the course of the morning, don't forget you can download our app and you'll then have access to the best bits. There's been lots going on today, so make sure if you didn't happen to miss out, you are on the app and you can then catch up on the best bits of the day. Of course, that also comes from all the other shows, but in particular we will obviously have best bits from today's Escape to Nature as well. So do make sure you do download it and you can enjoy and catch up again. So just for those of you who were watching while we were in Djuma, just so that you are aware, Taylor was just following up on a leopard tortoise that was in the area that we didn't bring to you. There's perhaps a snare on that leopard tortoise, so Taylor is just following up on that. And that is why she was there. Not to interrupt the Inyala dance, but just to follow up and see what was going on with that leopard tortoise. So hopefully she does come right and find it. And we then don't have to deal with a sore and wounded leopard tortoise across in Djuma. But yeah, still here with our Ellies. They seem to be enjoying themselves. Always is nice to kind of just switch off and watch them. Looks like the one Ellie bull is slowly heading off. Who knows? It might change. Perhaps some dust bathing to follow. Let's just wait and see what does start to unfold. So awesome to be able to spend some time with some rather relaxed elephants, but it's time for us to head over to Liam and see what's going on in Kariega.
Well, welcome back again to Kariega. Not quite sure what happened there earlier, but I was trying to just elaborate on this little blesbok. It's the female on the far left of the screen, now center of screen, who has seemed to have given birth today sometime to this little blesbok calf. You'll notice that it's sticking quite close to mum by comparison to the other little blesboks, and quite wobbly on the legs. So you have a new addition to the world. Oh, hello there. Is this perhaps Blaze, blazing the trail, chasing away fellow foes? Oh yes, he's on the way, that's for sure. Hey, hey, hey. Nice to see a bit of action here. Nice one, nice one. Da 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 da. Blazing onto the scene. Look at that. Isn't that cool? What an entry, bro. Nice one, mate. Bring a bit of excitement here to the screens. Lovely, 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 lovely. Yes. Yo, what a way to enter. Some nice, calm, little, hardly walking little antelope to Blaze, rocking on up, saying, "Hello, I'm here. Hello, everybody." Almost reminded me of that scene in The Lion King, if anybody recalls it, with Pumbaa coming to save the day, blasting through, kicking the hyenas out, and getting old Zazu, his buddy, out of prison. It was quite an entry, Blaze. And casually back to a bit of easygoing grazing, all in a day's work. So it's these moments that it is clear that he saves all of his energy for. You seem to think, and you see these lazy blesbok sitting around all day, and it's these moments where he chases his counterparts throughout the heat of the day that he's waiting for. So there you are, making sure he is the main man on this plane. Well, seems they've calmed, it seems. I'll keep a watchful eye out the corner. I'd love to head back to this little blesbok youngster and its mother. Now, which one was it? Have we overshot here? I think this is the one we're looking for. Yes. So this wee little blesbok You'll see if it moves around when it moves around. It's still gaining a bit of confidence on its foot. Just to prove me a little bit wrong, he says, "Look at me, I can stand on 3 legs." Really lovely to see a new addition to the Friends of the Plains of Kariega.
It's the smell then. It's really not nice. I'm too scared to put it. I'm not putting it in my mouth. Okay, you have to touch it with your tongue. It's not actually that heavy. Ah! Join me. I say join.
Okay, shall I come pull you out now?
I'm going home now.
Let's go and have a look at some wallowing warthogs. There's our same 4 pigs who seem to like to hang out in this particular section of grassland. Nice bit of wallowing, a nice bit of grazing. Yeah, everything a pig could ever want. A wonderful big eland that as well, hey? Sure, look at him. Seems quite entertained by the wallowing warthogs as well. Getting a good old scratch in there, hey? Must have a couple of ticks on it. You can see how a wallow like this really does help getting rid of those pesky parasites. So I think Megan, a warthog will, as it grows up, its mother will take it down to certain wallows, and they'll very quickly learn to appreciate a wallow with the mum. So from a very early age. Now, whether or not, if a warthog was, say, raised by a human being and it didn't know what it meant to be a warthog, would it continue to wallow afterwards? I'm pretty sure a warthog would innately know a wallow is a good thing. So yeah, I think they'll probably, it's a bit of both. I'd say it learns from its mother where those lovely wallows are, and if it were not to know what a wallow was, it would find one and find it pretty darn amazing if it had never experienced one before. So I think a bit of both, really. A bit of teaching or learning, and a bit of innate attraction to a bit of wallowing. That's my guess. I mean, I don't know if it takes too much for these warthogs here to learn what feels good. I mean, if you just look at the body language of these warthogs, you can tell they are gleaming with joy. And the head is turning to the left and up and down, and they get into the sweet spot, and you see a little bit of a shiver going down the spine and the head jerking up. So I think there's a real joy to be had in a mud wallow by a warthog. And so if there's joy to be had in the activity, I think it's quite easy to find a way of learning how to do it. I think one thing we can always consider is an animal's ability to learn is far more than what we originally think. Mammals, birds, even reptiles have the ability to learn things. And it's not a uniquely human trait. It's not at all a uniquely human trait. We might have the propensity to learn many things and complex ideas or ideologies, but we're not the only ones that are able to learn things. There are many different creatures in the world that habitually learn things. So I think that's something to maybe bear in mind when considering or looking at another animal next time. They are actually a far more intelligent creature than we usually first assume. The unfortunate habit of a human being is to put ourselves on top of everything else. Everything else can't surely think or learn the way that we do. So yeah, think of animals as intelligent people. Another thing that's always an interesting concept that we seem to compare creatures against ourselves with is intelligence. People always ask, what is the more intelligent animal? What is this which creature is more intelligent than another? And one could always say, well, the intelligence in a butterfly's flight could be seen as an incredibly intelligent manner in which it fits into its niche. It fits so cleverly into how it attracts to a flower and it drinks its nectar and pollinates the flower. So to me that seems like a very intelligent equation, and it is an intelligent little scope in which it exists. It might not be able to think of complex trigonometry or prose in the English language or any other language for that matter, but it fits intelligently within the parameters that it exists. So I think there's lots of intelligence to be found in the natural world if one looks in the right way. So our buffaloes seem to be joining the party here. There's a strong attraction to this waterhole on the far side of the road, just behind this bit of vegetation here. So let's have a look and see as they all move in to this wallow. It looks like this arrival of these buffalo might have the possibility of usurping these eland who are so peacefully resting here. Let us wait and see what happens. Slowly but surely, more and more of them making their way. It seems like they can't get away from the water for too long, these buffalo. I don't blame them. It is a searing hot day here in Kariega. I really don't blame them for wanting to stay close to water. Looks like everybody's definitely got this smell or sense of water up ahead, so ever so drawn. Some of them still grazing a bit. So a couple of the members, a touch of the herd have stopped for a bit of grazing on the way. Seems like the lure of the tasty green grass that the warthogs and blesbok are attracted to is too much for those buffalo. They just rather have a little bit of a munch. Couple members have already been down for a bit of a drink in a wallow, and they look as though they want to head on down the road. So there's a nice low-lying section just in the distance, as you can see, with the giraffe head in the center of frame. Well, that would be that's a lovely way to end it. Let's head on over to Okakoyo and see what wonderful big creatures are there.
Thanks, Liam. Yes, wonderful scenes down there in Kariega. And of course, we are here with the last of our 3 bulls that did come to join us. And really a spectacular time, as I said earlier, being able to just sit and relax with some of the ghosts of Etosha. So it really has been a fantastic day, an awesome escape to nature today as well. Lots of interesting things seen, spoken about, and heard. And good to be back and seeing what has been going on in the different areas as well. But it is sadly also at that time of the day, and we do have to say cheerio to everyone. But not to worry, because there is of course Penguin Beach after this, and following Penguin Beach, the Sunset Safari. And of course we will be back to you again with you tomorrow morning, again at 8:30 CAT. And we do look forward to escaping and immersing into nature again with you guys all over again tomorrow morning. But fantastic scenes here in Okakoyo, and a lovely way to end off with our last Eddie.
And good